The following program is for adult audiences only.
When we were younger, we used to sit on the grass among the flowers. We just let the days pass by. People would tell us to get a grip of ourselves and get a job. We didn't care what we were told, 'cause when we were younger, we used to sit on the grass and go, damn, I don't wanna grow old. I wish I could turn back time. Stay up all night singing songs on the terrace. We didn't mind sitting out in the cold. It wasn't possible to make us embarrassed. We were free. Stealing smokes from your parents. Sometimes we got a bit out of control. When they found out we ran from home just to scare them, we were free. When we were 17. to stay in touch, but we had to move on. Life ran away from us. If I could go back, be 17 again, yeah, I would, just to see all my friends running around the city, acting crazy like we used to do. I wish I could turn back time. Stay up all night singing songs on the terrace. We didn't mind sitting out in the cold. It wasn't possible to make us embarrassed. We were free. Do you remember stealing smokes from your parents? Sometimes we got a bit out of control. When they found out we ran from home just to scare them.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with DJ Alex and the cupcake of the vaping world, Buta Squad.
Still the best cupcake
How you
around.
like that, apples, folks? Kenny the Vaping, he's got to work until like 8 p.m. today. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to be late today. I don't even know if I'm going to make it because I work till 8 and then I got to drive home. And I'm like, don't worry about it. The resident intern will step in to fill your shoes.
That's what I got the text this morning. What are you doing?
Yeah, I texted him. I'm like, what are you doing this morning? So he ended up texting me back, and I was in the middle of getting the show scheduled and everything, and then he ended up calling me. He's like, I was going to go to the DMV and get my my smiling face captured in, forever eternal government databases, but, I'm available. I can reschedule. I says, well, you're the resident intern. Hop in.
And well enough, the cupcake is here.
Nice. Hot diggity, dog diggity. Yeah, we're going to have a fantastic day. I am so looking forward to going on my cruise. I will not be here next week. So, sorry, folks. You're going to have to take the week off and go find something else to watch. I did get 2 reviews posted this past week, and I got a couple more that I'm going to be finishing up here before we leave for our cruise. But, I need a vacation. I literally spent like 6 hours yesterday dealing with this audio setup on the computer here. I was ready at one point to chuck the whole computer out the window. It was that bad. Because like Windows just takes over and like says, I know better than you. I change the settings. I change it in Voice Meter Potato. I change it in OBS. And then all of a sudden it defaults back to something else. I'm like, no.
Right.
Let alone the fact that if you want to update that software, you literally have to uninstall it, which is what causes Windows in the first place to go, oh, wait a minute, Voice Meter's not here anymore. I need to change and take over and fix all your audio settings. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything. Everything goes back to default.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like updating all of, Voice Meter software. So like the virtual cables are like 4 different installations. And then there's like an ASIO driver that's a separate thing for hi-fi connections. And every single one of those ones requires a reboot. A reboot when you uninstall it and a reboot when you install the updated version of it.
Yeah, that's exactly how freaking Apple stuff is. We were just talking about it before the show started. They want you to get every single one of their products, and then the minute you use the computer, it just starts overheating, and it's like, oh yeah, we have to update this, and this. I'm like, stop.
Yes. I was like yelling at the computer yesterday in here. My dogs thought I was going insane. I'm like, no, I already said that. Why did you change it again? It's like no big deal, but see, because of this OBS setup I have, and I got all these complex scenes and everything, I literally have like 68 inputs into the computer.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, you could do a stream for the ship and show us it. That is all.
I could upload some shorts talking about it. I am planning on recording on it. I told my wife, I'm like, man, I would really love to get the DJ Osmo 6 camera. And, it's a nice action cam. It's waterproof. You don't even have to buy anything extra. It's waterproof. It's actually got a 50 gigabit internal storage capacity for it and stuff. And she's like, that's not practical. What kind of action do you do? I'm like, what? Come on now.
Like, what?
Are you just mad I didn't give you enough action last week? Is that what the problem is? Come on, can we be honest about it? What's the deal here? It's like, I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do, but I don't think it's practical.
Oh, I agree.
So, okay, fine. I agree. That was legit, the perfect piercing words to get me to rationally think about this decision. I'm like, do I really want to spend $500 on an action cam? Granted, it's the latest version of it, so, it's like buying any other camera. But I'm like, ooh, another Canon camera, a DSLR, or an action cam. I'm like, I need to get the action cams. It's just because I plan on doing other stuff. I plan on doing like walking and talking videos and like doing recording outside of the studio. But you need a camera, number one, and you need microphone, number two, and then you got to throw it all together in post. It's not like, in the studio where everything's already recorded and I just chop it up and throw some pictures over top of it. Call it a day. But anyway, so I decided to, follow her advice and didn't order it. But I am going to be taking my cell phone along, and I am going to be taking the studio cell phone along. So that with a beautiful tripod selfie stick combination thing, I should be able to get some decent footage and whatnot. And I do have the internet package. We bought the really good internet package. You could actually stream there. I can go live from there if I wanted to. So maybe I'll do that one day. But
speaking of tripods, I just found one where I could magnetically stick my phone on it and not have to deal with all those other fancy screwy McBobs and stuff like that. All they do is just tap the bottom of it, and it extends and shoots up and everything.
Well, that's just like this selfie stick. I saw this one. This was one of those Amazon deals. It was like 75% off or something. I think I only paid $15 for this thing or something. But it's got a button on it, a Bluetooth button. That you can actually push the button and you can have the thing fully extended like 6 feet out and actually snap your pictures or start and stop your video recording.
That is pretty cool.
So I'm like, oh yeah, well let me get in the habit of doing that, and then work my way up to the action cam later.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Because I do want to do some vape shop visits, and then do the vape shop visit. Obviously, I got to get a action cam mounted in the windshield or something so that you can film me while I'm driving or whatever, and I can mount another one outside so you can see me driving. And people don't realize how much work it takes to actually produce the stuff that we see on TV. We take it for granted, but every 3 to 5 seconds, your picture and your image and your video changes on your screen. Like you're watching Gold Rush. You know how many DJI Osmos or GoPro Heroes they have mounted everywhere all over the place? Plus, they have their little drone that flies around and video stuff. And then somebody has to literally cut that up. That hour-long program that you watch is literally got, 1,000 cuts in it.
Oh, yeah.
So. But we do have a retro vape. I told you guys last week that we're going to be doing our retro vape. I ordered the Guar 21. No, Neil, I've never had the Guar 21. I have other Vandy vape mods here, but I never got the Guar 21. Wasn't going to pay the $100 they wanted for it when it first came out, as a kit. But, I picked this up from Element. They had it here in less than a week. And then the Innokin Chroma 217. I always loved the way that thing looked. Innokin has never sent me anything.
They never sent me anything either.
Yeah, so I figured I'd get these two opened up and unboxed and figure out which one of these, maybe both of them are going to be going on the cruise with me. And then obviously, I'll take my disposable stuff, like this lovely idea of a disposable that doesn't work 90% of the time. I emailed them because they're like, where's our review video? We sent you these disposables. Where's our review video? I emailed them back. I'm like, well, as soon as you tell me how I'm supposed to make it work, I'll be happy to post a video on it. Unless you want me to tell everybody that sucks and it doesn't work. Could you at least give me some diagnosing things? What should I look for? Why is this doing this? When I do it, it just blinks and then 90% of the time it doesn't do anything. Yeah, and then you got this one made by the same company, J&R Vape, and these are fantastic. Straight up 60,000 puffs. Big, massive honking thing. Looks like your Zippo.
Vaping,
they work great.
On it, yeah.
I actually looked into it. These ones here are actually sold under a bunch of different name brands.
Yeah.
So, like, this is the Stellar C from J&R Vape. But when I was researching the news yesterday, I was getting a bunch of advertisements and stuff from a bunch of, like, websites that we don't normally go to visit. And these are self-branded by a bunch of different companies out there and sold. And I'm like, why am I got the duds? But they're both duds.
Yeah.
When you first open them up, they work good for maybe half a day or so, and then they start giving you problems.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get them like they are today. They just don't work at all.
Yeah, this is exactly why I prefer the rebuildable side of shit. I don't trust the disposables because they work only like maybe like for like 5 minutes to half a day, and then they just massive shit.
Well, that's like, for this week before we go on our cruise, I wanted to switch up my e-liquid. So I've been trying to plow through this high drip, this watermelon high drip, watermelon peach. And it was fantastic. I put a brand new coil into the Bigfoot murder kit.
Right.
3 days before it killed the coil.
Oof.
So I had to go and dig up my Sigeli coils, the Mesh Pro coils, and change it out again. And it quit working on day 2. Ugh. Nasty. Yuck. So there's a whole tank of liquid in here that's going to be waste because the coils are shot in it. So I went and switched over to the bulk that we had. Yes. And I've been vaping on that since then.
I just got mine built.
Works great, tastes great, and it's lasted more than 3 days, so it's a win-win. But I'll be glad when this is gone.
Yeah, the worst thing I did was I was on Savage Simon's show the Saturday. I bumped the Sigeli Fug all up to 213 watts, and I took a hit. I'm like, never again. Never again.
No.
But now I got it up. Now I got it on 120, which it hits perfectly fine at 120.
Well, that's just like, I've got this one here that we pulled out a long time ago. This is the Aries tank.
Yeah.
And I went to take a big, massive drag on it and didn't realize that the wattage got cranked up on the mod. And hot spot. One of the coils has a hot spot. You get that scalding sensation in the back of your throat, that dry hit sensation.
Especially when the cotton's burnt all the way through, you still get that scalding sensation.
Well, see, that one, the coil and the cotton's still pristine inside there, so I get a beautiful flavor out of it. But unfortunately, that doesn't make up for the fact that the back of your throat's screaming at you to stop, don't do that.
I think I was vaping on the Orion 2 kit 2 days ago. I was just vaping on it because my friend Brett made me a candy coffee flavor juice. Mm-hmm. Also, I got a massive spit back in my tongue. Also, I got a massive burn mark on my tongue from how hot it was. I was like, no, that's the worst.
Well, that's the other thing I'm really looking forward to is my wife ordered me this iced coffee for the Taste Flex, and I actually uploaded the review video where I tore apart this inside to show you the pump actuation. This actually is not a motor activated like the box says. It's a piston activated pump inside here that re-wicks the sponge around your coils.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so, I've got this one here, the iced coffee. And that legit tastes like an iced coffee. Not too sweet, definitely heavy on the coffee. You get a subtle cream sensation in your mouth. But that's going to be the perfect vape for me to take on the cruise.
Well, it looks like you made Cheryl happy because she likes that flavor.
Iced coffee, yeah. And this is really good. My wife used this one, and it literally lasted her an entire week. Because the entire top of this tank, as you see when I tear it down, is nothing but liquid. It's filled with liquid, and then underneath here is a sponge. A third of the way up is a sponge. The pump, there's an actual solenoid in here that actuates that pump, opens up the tank so it can refill this top sponge. And then that top sponge touches the sponge where the actual coil is that fires for your vape.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So then it just slowly resaturates that thing. You never get a flooded tank.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
But you always have a wonderful vape, even after it's completely empty. Here's this one here. There's literally like 1 mil of liquid left in the very bottom of this tank here.
Right.
I'll keep on vaping on it, and then like once, maybe twice a day, I'll feel that solenoid pop and kick in. It's an electromagnet that pushes that piston up, that opens the valve, and then there's a spring inside there that when it closes that valve, it actually pumps the liquid that filled up that little chamber into the sponge to top it back off.
Cool.
So, I mean, that's really cool advancement in the technology that they put into these disposables. We're always asking, what are they going to do next? What are they going to do next? They went to multiple coils inside there, and then the chip alternates between the two of them. Now we've got pump actuated filling, so they don't have an entire sponge like this one. The entire tank inside here is a big, massive sponge filled with liquid. Well, that sponge takes up space that could be occupied with just your liquid.
Right. I do know Vaping just came out with a new device, and I've never seen this happen on any mod. They put a 510 connection on the side of the mod. You take out the panel, put your RBA on, heat up the coils that way, and then you put it in your dot tank, just slap it in the mod. That's pretty cool as shit.
You see what that one's called?
Yeah, the Dylan.
The Dylan. This is the Dylan. This one is a pod mod system, you know, like the X Slim.
Yeah.
But this one actually has an electromagnetic flapper that closes your wicking ports inside by your coil to prevent them from getting flooded when you just lay it down there. You know, if you get like multiple ones of these, you just throw it down on your desk and you forget about it for a week. You know how you come back to them and the first chuff that you take on here will actually be a flooded coil?
Yeah.
When you use the auto draw, and the only way to get it to not be flooded is for you to fire the button, and then it'll fire off the excess liquid that's in there. This one prevents that by having an electromagnet that flaps closed whenever you lay the thing down.
Oh, those are cool. That's cool as shit.
So there's all kinds of technological innovation and advancement in these products out there to make our experience better and better. Make these things last longer and longer before you have to change out the pods.
Oh, yeah.
So I got the kit. When I was at Brick City Vapors, I got the kit, and I got a pack of the UL. This is all made by UL. Got a pack of the coils, the pods for it. So got to get that review started.
Cheryl said she had the Dylan. She loved the pods, but she gave it away.
Cool. Well, it's nice to know there's other people out there that got it. She insists that that was like her best-selling pod mod system in the shop. And that's the reason why, is because the pods last a long time.
Yeah, I still have a whole
So we'll find out.
Salt nicks. I gotta fucking do. I just don't have a pod system to fucking do it with.
I might actually take that with me as my spare. You know, in case the other one, something happens with all the other ones I have. And that'll be like my spare that I use, you know, just to get me home.
Well, that ain't bad.
And maybe, you know, I won't have to use it.
Yeah.
Bring it back home in an unopened state, and then the first thing I do when I get home is do an unboxing review on that one too.
Crack it open and do what you gotta do.
Yeah. So like the last two videos I purposely uploaded as educational content, scientific experiment type videos. And they, even though there's no restrictions on them whatsoever, even though the thumbnails are getting, you know, decent click-through rates, it's just not being promoted. An unboxing review gets at least twice as many views as educational content.
Right. I know,
even
like,
though
one of the videos you did with where you posted a link where it said "Dear friends, vaping and all these other alternative."
Oh yeah.
Looking. I sent that same link to a family member who was sitting there trash talking vaping. I was like, read that before you sit there and tell me how vaping's bad.
Yeah.
She literally read it.
I literally apologize to the 1.3 billion people who smoke cigarettes out there because public health is not telling you the truth about vaping. And then it gets even better. I uploaded those things as educational content, right? Scientific experiments. Guess what happened? You're going to love this one.
Oof.
Come on, open.
I do know her son-in-law kept saying, "Oh, it's bad for you. It's bad for you. Smoking's better for you." But yeah, she put him in his place real quick. Like, shut up. Dylan's right. I read the article.
My computer is literally not cooperating with me today. I'm trying to open the picture. I took a screenshot of the email I got from Facebook. But I got an email from Facebook. Let me try and open it with a different program. Let me open it up inside of Edge. Okay, here you go. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Your page, Hunky Vape, didn't follow the rules, so it isn't being suggested to other people right now. What?
What the fuck? That's weird.
All content on Facebook must comply with our terms of service and community standards. These are high-level rules against sexual, violent, profane, or hateful content. In order to qualify for recommendations to the people that follow you, either fix these issues or request a review. What?
That's why I don't go on Facebook like that, because the fact that because of stupid crap like that.
What? Are you kidding me?
Facebook, fix your shit.
Meanwhile, to top it all off, I told my wife about this, and guess what she's got fed in her little shorts?
What?
People actually doing it.
I just see somebody fucking doing some sexual act on Facebook last night. I'm like, why am I seeing this?
Yes. You thought it was only on Twitter. XXX rated movies, legit, full movies on Twitter, right? Until they got the bots to finally clear them out or whatever. But here, I get banned because I'm talking about harm reduction products, tobacco harm reduction, and she legit sees porn on Facebook.
I just seen that last night on Facebook too, porn, and I was like, take this down.
Cheryl's like, Facebook is full of porn. You're just not seeing it? It's ridiculous. Charles Gardner posted something on there, and he got labeled as a child porn proliferator. What? The AI bots are legit gone crazy out there. That's, I think, what it boils down to.
Yeah. Like, it's sad at this point.
Hence how we ended up with today's thumbnail, and our beautiful title for today is Association Propaganda. There, you have your beautiful, legit cigarette gun, cigarette six-shooter. You just automatically associate the cigarette with somebody pulling the trigger on a gun and killing you. And they keep pushing vaping into the exact same classification. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. Mitchell Smith, hello and welcome. But yeah, association propaganda. They keep conflating vaping with smoking, and smoking is just, better for you than vaping. You get told that yourself from family members because they believe the propaganda. And it's stopping people from even trying a vape to quit smoking, which is sad because we know the science on it.
Yeah.
We see it. William Dobson, hello and welcome. Dion Troy, hello and welcome. Queen Love 2026, hello and welcome. Awesome to have all of you guys here. So, with the introductions out of the way, I guess it's time to get some rage swipe going and, get into the news. You up for it?
Yes, sir.
I got some world vape news today because I wasn't believing the propaganda. Because AI literally told me when I searched for vape news what it was going to show me. And I'm like, what? That's not the limit of what vape news is. Where's the results of new scientific studies that have come out? You're not going to talk about them? What about press releases from organizations and manufacturers that come out with like new faceplates for your devices and stuff? That's not news?
Right.
No. Only teen vaping is worthy vape news for me to tell you and show you about. So I said, enough of this crap. I went legit and used a Tor browser and did a search for the world and specified it by different regions. I searched for Europe. I searched for the UK.
Right.
I searched for Russia. I searched for Japan. And I also used a bunch of other browsers besides Google, because Google isn't the only browser on the planet. Russia has their own set of browsers. China has a set of browsers, that are popular there. So I used those browsers and had to translate them. But I got a whole bunch of news results this week that we're going to take a look at, everybody. And I guarantee you nobody else is going to talk about this news this week.
Right.
You ready for it?
Yes, sir.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Washington State passed a flavor ban. That is all.
Listen, I'm going to sound like a crazy nut job here, but I honestly think that the AI on my computer is legit stopping me from doing stuff today. I tried opening up that picture.
Yeah.
The photo program won't open it. I legit had to open it in Microsoft Edge to show you guys that picture, right?
Good Lord.
I just tried opening up Notepad to get the links for the news this week.
Right.
It refused to open it. Notepad would open, and then it would close. I'm like, what? So I'm like, this is something I've prepped for a long time. I've got the description saved inside of a Word document. So let's open up the Word document and get the links for the news this week. Here we go. Iowa vape regulation takes a hit at the 8th Circuit Court in federal court. Yeah, I know. But I can legit show you. Look. Okay? Watch. Here's the thing. Watch me. I'm going to double click on news links, text file. Where's the text file? Why didn't it open? Let me click on this picture. Nothing opened. Why?
Nowhere to be found.
Click on Notepad app. It opens and closes right away. Not allowed to use Notepad today. Okay, fine. I can't use Notepad. I don't care. We're still going to talk about the news. I got it open in Word now, so be it. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome. You might have one already opened and it's stacking them. No, it didn't. Normally it does that with text files. It'll show you the thing. It'll bring it forefront, and then it'll open it up in another tab on the top. Right. But it's not. I closed them out ahead of the time. Anyway, like I said, that's not going to stop me. I'm going to keep working through it. One judge called Iowa's product registry deadly to manufacturers that can't afford to recertify annually in different states. You know how they're pushing this PMTA registry bills in all these states? Yeah. It's in like 14 states already that they passed these PMTA registry bills. Pennsylvania is one of them. It's not going to be enforced until like middle of the year once they actually publish the registry thing and whatnot. And then they're going to start enforcing, cracking down on it. So that's what we have to look forward to this year in Pennsylvania. Watch all your vape shops close up.
Yep.
Because everything that they're selling right now is technically black market products that won't be on that registry bill and will subject them to a fine every single day for every single product that they have on their shelves. The only thing that they're allowed to sell you is the Enjoy Ace, but they're not going to be able to sell you that because the pods in this are currently banned from being imported in the United States because of a patent war.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, AI only wants to protect you, Alex. That is all.
Yeah. They want to protect you with the propaganda that they've been fed, spoon-fed, to misinform the public. You'll be able to buy the Juul pods in there, but who's going to go to a vape shop to buy Juul pods and Juuls when you can buy just at your local Sheetz or your gas stations or your convenience stores? Just like your Views. Who's going to buy the Views in a vape shop when they refill their truck with fuel?
Not a damn person.
And now, the manufacturers are suing the government and saying, hey, man, this is going to put us out of business. And this court, surprisingly, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals panel on Thursday picked apart Iowa's e-cigarette registration law, one of the many going into effect across the country to fill the gaps of FDA's enforcement against illegal Chinese vapes that are addicting the children, even though it's against the law for the children to have them, to buy them, to have them, and access them. It's clearly an adult-only product. And, we got to protect the kids anyway.
Yep.
Little snot-nosed criminals that need to be thrown in jail. Well, Iowans for Alternatives to Smoking, a vaping advocacy group, and several sellers and consumers of vape products sued the Iowa Department of Revenue in December of 2024. Here we are over a year later, and they're finally going to get a decision on this. The group claimed that the law is preempted by Federal Tobacco Control Act of 2009, which gives the Food and Drug Administration authority to regulate the wide range of nicotine products before they can be marketed to consumers. Hence the whole PMTA registry bill, because it's a PMTA process that you have to supply your application to the FDA. They have to review it and determine if it's appropriate for the protection of public health. And they didn't tell you, how many kids could try your product before it gets automatically banned. They just blanket banned millions and millions of PMTAs.
Oof.
So, long story short, these laws are written different ways in different places.
Attention everyone.
Right?
According to William Dobson, maybe Karen should try being a parent instead of hurting the adults. That is all.
Yeah.
Yep, you got a point there.
Maybe we should put Karen in jail if her child is caught with a vape.
Exactly.
Maybe then she'll be a parent. Instead of being a helicopter mom out there banning our access to the single most successful way to quit smoking.
But here's also what I've noticed. Even half these people who are supposedly going against vaping are sitting there vaping in the courtrooms and everything. It's like, why are you vaping in the courtroom if you're going against vaping? Saying, oh, well, it's bad for you. You got all these chemicals going in your body, but yet it's not all the same chemicals like a cigarette would or a cigar, and all the same stuff that's in a vape is in the same food things that people consume, but yet you don't want to talk about that, right?
Exactly.
Let that sink in, like it's common sense.
Exactly. There's over 7,000 toxic compounds that are created every time you burn tobacco and breathe that stuff in, right? There's literally only hundreds of possible chemical compounds that you're breathing in when you vape, and they're at such low quantities and such low concentrations that they're not harmful. That's why Public Health England states that it cannot exceed 5% the harms of a cigarette. And if you look at the scientific study that's linked in the description of the video below, you'll find that the cancer risk of exclusive vapors is 50,000 times less than it is for a cigarette smoker.
Oh, I agree 100%.
And there's multiple studies out there that show that it's definitely less than 1%.
Yep.
As harmful as a cigarette is. For those people that say that, smoking's better for you than vaping. No, it's not. You've been believing a bunch of lies.
Exactly.
Regardless, U.S. District Judge Stephanie Rose, a Barack Obama appointee, agreed, calling the registry law parasitic of federal law and blocking the state from enforcing the registry law. On Thursday, the Eighth Circuit panel dissected the registry law and the FDA's vape enforcement to decide whether the law parrots federal law or simply closes a gap in the federal enforcement on a state level. Arguments focused on the advocacy group's claim that the registry law is preempted by the Federal Tobacco Control Act, giving only FDA authority to regulate the tobacco industry. And there's other states that have passed flavor bans, like Denver has a nicotine ban. I'm waiting for that to go to court because the FDA has determined that it's appropriate for the protection of public health to offer you the big tobacco vapes and the nicotine pouches, which are no different than the pharmaceutical grade products available in all your grocery stores for the nicotine patches and the sprays and the gums and the lozenges to get people to quit smoking.
Exactly.
The potential harm is identical. That's why it was authorized. And yet the local law is literally telling you, no, you cannot follow FDA regulations and protections. You're just simply banned from allowing that product to be sold in our city. Well, I'm sorry, but that's unconstitutional.
And what blows my mind is if all these vapes were so bad, they wouldn't have been made from whatever year they started all the way up till now, where they're basically closing all, or having all these companies like Die Codes, Vicious Ant, Squape, and so many other companies close down and just disappear. I was talking to Brian Ferguson about Die Codes. He's like, you know what? You were right. You called it on a live stream, say Die Codes are going to close down. What happened? 4 days ago, they put, or I don't know how many days ago, they posted on their Facebook page saying as of this past December, they just went bankrupt. So whatever they had left, they had to sell. And that was it. They weren't making any more products after that. And I called that.
It's been a death by 1,000 cuts.
Exactly.
And the sad thing is we cannot outspend Bloomberg and his billions. Literally spent $6 million on a single issue item vote in the city of Denver.
Attention everyone. According to Mallory Gates, a nicotine vaping stroke study got retracted, but the ANTZ will still use it as their evidence of nicotine vaping harms. Link to follow.
Exactly.
That is all.
I saw that. I saw that link. I saw the retraction, and there's going to be no hay made about it. And, you know, our advocates out there, the tobacco harm reduction advocates out there, are legit, you know, calling out the people that tweeted about this study when it first got published and asking them, are you going to delete your post now that the study has been retracted? We told you it was all fake. Oh, Kenny, no worries, mate. I understand you got to work. You got to work, man. I don't want you to be in a situation where you decide, are we going to heat or are we going to eat? You got to work. You got to pay the bills, dude. I get it. So long story short, in Iowa, the state law departs from the savings clause protections when it punishes manufacturers purely for failing to comply with the federal law. But Deputy Solicitor General Patrick Valencia argued that the Iowa registry law has additional requirements that the lower court failed to consider. So back and forth, they sit there and argue about it, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the actual decision to come through. But at least temporarily, these products are allowed to be sold right now. And I kind of think it's ironic that they happen to show the lovely Escobars. Remember the lead disposable vapes that we tested on the show to confirm the scientific study that showed, oh my God, these vapes have lead in them. No, it was one brand that had lead, and it was easily traced back to the solder that they chose to use to solder the board and the wires together. Yep. And that leached into the liquids, and that leached into the coil, and that's why you found lead that tested positive inside of these pastel cartels. Ironically, that's exactly the product we tested. It was a strawberry tobacco. It was sitting on my desk forever, and I hated it. But I'm glad I left it lay there instead of pitch it in a dumpster because, well, we got a chance to actually test it and show that, you know, some of the science that they talk bad about vaping is true. The headline's wrong, There was only one brand that did it, but this is what the FDA's job should be. They should be out there testing all these products that are legally available for sale everywhere else in the world. Between EU and UK, there are over 50,000 harm reduction products available legally on the market in those countries all across Europe and the UK, right? But the FDA, in its infinite wisdom, has limited us to just 39 THR products in the United States, and they think that that's going to settle the situation, and that's more than enough choices for the smokers in the United States to choose from. No. You literally have thousands upon thousands of cigarettes. You're literally authorizing a brand new cigarette every 2 weeks in this country, but no. You can't have any products that aren't going to kill you unless they're made by Big Tobacco. It's ridiculous.
It's absolutely crazy.
Up in Smoke. Up in Smoke. I love the title of this next article, and you're going to love it because it comes from the Sun, but, I can't change the fact that, when people talk about stuff, sometimes even the Sun talks about realistic, truthful stuff.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, those just gave you a little lead for your pencil. That is all.
I'm sorry, but your pencils don't actually contain lead. Sorry. They quit putting lead in pencils a long time ago. It's graphite. Well, Up in Smoke, say goodbye to popular vapes. Lawmakers to pull 99% of devices from shelves. Laws have already been passed that outlaws these vaping products. Fruity flavored throwaway vapes could be phased out as part of a major crackdown on these devices. Lawmakers have vowed a stern crackdown on illegal flavored vapes, and they estimate that it could make up as much as 99% of the market. The officials say that they want to crack down on the brightly colored vapes that are flooding New York market and removing combustible cigarette sales and the accompanying taxes from the state of New York's tax coffers.
Oh, Jesus.
Your state, buddy, cracking down on vapes because it's stopping them from collecting cigarette taxes.
That's insane because all these bodegas and all these other all these other smoke shops are selling disposables, and yet they have vape stores open. They even have them at these. They even have disposables at the gas stations. And on top of that, we have a whole online vape store based out of New York. So what's the point of even trying to crack down and stop the vaping out here in New York when everybody's just gonna do it and order shit offline?
Well, see, that's the wonderful thing about economics and the free market. We don't care what the laws are. If we want something, there's a store that's going to sell it to us. If we want a vape, guess what? Somebody's going to supply us with the vapes that we want.
Exactly.
They're going to make us happy. They're going to make a couple bucks on the deal, and it's up to enforcement authorities to catch them.
Attention everyone. According to Mallory Gates, New York is one of the states that took out loans on their MSA money. That is all.
Yes, and now they're constantly risking defaulting on those loans because cigarette sales are plummeting. People are realizing how much more enjoyable it is to vape compared to smoke, and they realize how much healthier they feel and how they can go up a flight of steps so much easier, and they're not believing this propaganda.
And I can guarantee you 45 to 90% of the people here in New York vape.
Yes.
And then fucking there's still those people that still smoke, and then there's still, I don't know what other percentile of people that don't vape, they don't smoke. And yeah,
well, when it comes to kids, there's a whole generation of kids that are never going to pick up nicotine because of these vapes.
Exactly.
They were chastised. You had the whole volley scare that was, panicking all these kids into thinking, oh, my God, I don't want to end up in the ICU. And then they go, to Christmas celebration with their family, and they go look at their uncle who's been vaping for 20 years now and has never been in the ICU.
Exactly. That's because all these kids are being idiots They're still buying all this shit from like eBay and shit like that when yet they don't even know what the fuck's in it.
Yeah.
It's like, stop buying.
But you know what? Let's be honest. I know when I was your age, when I was young, I used to experiment with all kinds of stuff. You know, you go through life and you get to the point where you just need to know, what's the big fuss about? You got to reconcile what you see and what you hear. What you hear on the news doesn't make any sense because you've got an uncle who's been doing it for 20 years.
Exactly. But like,
so you eventually you give into temptation and go, I don't see what the big deal is.
Right, but my thing
I'm
is,
not confident in hacking along. This actually tastes pretty good.
Right, but my thing
and
is,
I actually can think better.
Right, but my thing is, if you want to experiment on vaping, don't buy this shit off fucking eBay. Go to your local vape shops, go to the local vape websites, buy your shit there, whether it's a disposable, a device. Now, us reviewers, we don't support disposables. We support the rebuildable side of shit, but don't do the disposables, even though yes, it's a good idea for when you're on the go.
I support whatever people want to use to not smoke cigarettes. It's that simple.
But don't get your shit from fucking place like eBay, and don't get the disposable shit from Amazon, because again, you don't know what the fuck's in it.
And if you're underage, do not break the law to get your hands on one of these things. If you're really inclined to have this, ask your parents to get you one to try so that you can get it out of your system. And once you get it out of your system and you see there's no big deal about it, then you can go on to being a law-abiding child and focus on your studies, because you need to grow up and learn and be a responsible member of society.
And do not get it from your friends either, because you don't know what the hell they could be putting in that either.
Exactly, because as we'll come across later on in the news, there are some tainted vapes that are out there. It is a big wave in the Asia-Pacific region right now. They are legit putting stuff in there to get you high, you know. Yep. But I mean, you can go into any store nowadays and buy Kratom. You can buy all kinds of kava and all kinds of other things to get you your high. I mean, let's be realistic. The drug war has never worked. My entire life, the drug war's been here, and there are more people dying now of drugs than there ever was back when I was first born.
Exactly.
The drug war doesn't work.
Because there's
you need to be practical and pragmatic about the situation.
Yeah, all the stuff all the drugs that was there when Alex was my age and younger, so now it's all been the same: crack, heroin.
Except weed. It's way more potent and concentrated now.
Exactly. I was just getting to it. Nowadays, from when Alex was my age and younger to where I'm at now, it's a lot more potent and it's a lot more deadly.
Except the weed that I smoked when I was 21 years old is nothing like the weed that you get today in these dispensaries.
It's not.
They're literally 10 to 100 times more potent than they ever were back when we were kids.
Now, I shouldn't be showing this on your channel, but now I'm an advocate for smoking weed because of the pain I'm in from what I spoke to you about earlier. This is a whole thing that I picked up from Fagan. If you're gonna go to get weed, get it from a dispensary. That way you know what's in it, what you're getting yourself into, what you're smoking. Don't get the shit from the street, because you don't know, again, you don't know what the fuck's in it.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, I support disposables. It's an adult's decision if they want to vape. That is all.
It's an adult's decision to choose what you put inside your body, if you want to put it inside your body, and nobody on God's green earth is going to stop you from doing it.
Exactly.
All they're doing is creating a bunch of criminals when they make this stuff illegal. New York is literally banned and been the hardest on vaping in all of the states, right? Because of their MSA payments and their loans that they took out, they need to have that, right? So they've been cracking down on the vaping, but it hasn't stopped anything. The black market is more proliferant now than it was back when everything was a legitimate vape shop, because there were no regulations on the books at all.
Yep.
All you did was remove the single best way to quit smoking. These mom and pop vape shops that quit themselves using vapes and had that experience to teach new smokers that are wanting to quit with vape, how to do it, and how to find the right product without having to buy 20 different things before you go, oh, I guess I'm a mouth-to-lung vapor, and I guess, this is where I actually enjoy it, because if I do direct-to-lung, I always cough and hack a lung, and I don't enjoy the flavor. But with mouth-to-lung, I can have a beautiful experience that's just like it was when I was smoking.
Yep.
But no, we keep banning it. We keep chastising it. We keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars putting these people in jail rather than actually treating the thing that's killing people. If they were to literally buy a vape starter kit for every smoker in the state of New York, within 5 to 10 years, there would be no smokers in the state of New York because everybody would be vaping, or they would be using nicotine pouches, or they would just quit because they would have completed their journey away from combustible cigarettes.
Exactly. And yet the people who do the fucking sell the cigarettes and shit like that, they're gonna be all mad that everybody's not smoking cigarettes anymore. It's like, okay, why do you care? I get it's all about the money, but don't sit there and get mad when you're basically killing not only yourself, but billions of fucking Americans.
Yeah. And I get it. Patrick mentioned on his show Friday night about how these tobacco companies have a fiduciary duty to their stockholders to sue these manufacturers, these illegal Chinese companies, because they need to get their sales figures where the sales figures need to be profitable so that their stockholders can actually get a share of the stock that they own. I get it, but they're actually working contrary to public health needs. Yep. Because they're not actually manufacturing these products. They're not actually putting the advocacy where it needs to be, which is to get the Congress people to change the laws to make these products readily available everywhere. And then you can have the free market decide whose products are actually worth buying because they give the best flavor, they last the longest, and they're the least harmful product on the market.
Exactly.
Economics will always solve the problem eventually, and no laws are going to change what's going to happen.
This is
you get a disruptive technology like this, and guess what? If people love it, they're going to buy it. If it sucks, they're not going to buy it, no matter how much you force them to buy it from a legal market. They're going to all ignore your laws and go buy it on the black market.
This is why
you'll never stamp it out.
This is why I say the rebuildables are the best, because of the fact that you have a mod you can use every day. You have an atomizer you can use every day. All you really need to do is supply yourself with the juice, the DIY, or the DIY supplies if you're a DIYer, and the coils the kind. All you gotta do.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, vaping is the new drug war, and look how they stoke them. Black market will always win, supply and demand. That is all.
Yeah, let's look at the drug war. Let's look at your corner drug dealer, right? When he gets busted and entrapped by the cops because the cops buy the drugs off of them and then they prosecute them and they take this kid off the street, throw him in jail. Guess what happens? The very next day, if not that afternoon, there are 2 brand new drug dealers that stand on that same street corner and continue to sell the products. You will never win the drug war. The economics of the drug war will always prevent you from winning. Economics is the final say in all of this. As long as there's consumer demand, there will be people that sell it, and there will be people that buy it.
Yep. It's supply
It's
and
an
demand.
unwinnable war.
It's still supply and demand at this point.
And it's always going to be a matter of supply and demand. It doesn't matter what the fines are that they put into place. People want something, they're going to get it. Vape retailers facing stricter penalties under Kentucky Senate Bill 100. Let's see if it plays. And see how long the obligatory commercial is. Can you guys hear that?
William said no.
So you guys can't hear it?
No, Mallory said there was no sound.
Which is ironic because it's the correct setting inside of OBS.
Attention everyone. According to Happy Hippie 2005, I hear nothing. That is all.
All right, let's figure this out. We got to figure out something so you guys can hear what the heck they're saying. It's not working.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, what they are saying is bullshit, I bet. That is all.
All right, time for your Monday dog walking forecast. As always, if you want to share a photo of your pup to possibly be on TV, head to my Facebook fan page. The very first post on my timeline is a call for photos. It's in a blue box.
Well, let's try it again now that I got something to work.
But first, new vaping legislation in Kentucky began this month, potentially impacting vape stores. Local 6's Mackenzie Lionberger has details. So, Mackenzie, how will vape stores be?
William Dobson just said it's gone again.
It quit working again. I didn't change anything.
Mind you, all you saw was him sit back. That was just it. Take a vape.
I legit did not change anything. Let's try this. We'll change that to the same input. It's not working. Well, the fact of the matter is this vape shop seems to think that, all these products are legal and available for sale in the United States of America. They have no idea about the PMTA registry bill. They have no idea about this public law, Kentucky State Bill 100 that took effect at the beginning of the year, imposing stricter penalties. And when the Bureau of Tobacco and Firearms shows up at their door and starts fining them, and they're all out of a job because the business goes bankrupt, then they will realize that all these wonderful vapes that we use to not smoke cigarettes are technically illegal because they haven't gotten PMTA authorization to be sold in this country. And there's legit absolutely no reason why this should not be working right now. None. I hear it. Dylan hears it. You guys don't hear it. OBS is not recording it.
Attention everyone. According to Mallory Gates, it won't be a show without dangle clacks. The vaping infected Hunky's PC and changed the settings LOL. That is all.
Yep. So we're going to truck on. We're going to move on to the next one. We're going to jump over to Malaysia because I don't know if you guys have ever heard about Singapore, but if you're in Singapore and you caught with a vape, you're not only going to get a fine, you're not only going to get thrown in jail, but they're also going to cane you in public to get you to not want to vape ever again. So Malaysia is now following the same path. Singapore right now has one of the toughest approaches to vaping in the world. The city-state has banned not only the sale of e-cigarettes and vape products, but also their possession and use. The government treats vaping on par with drug offenses in many respects, regularly enforcing strict penalties for those caught importing, selling, or using these products without authorization. Singapore's policy has been praised by some public health advocates for its firm commitment to reducing nicotine dependence, because, the punishment is worse than actual use. And, that's all in the name of protecting young people from the illogical, unfounded harms of vaping.
I don't mean take it out on the adults. They don't. If you have those adults that are trying to quit smoking, let them fucking vape. Let them fucking...
They don't want you to quit smoking. They need you to keep smoking, to keep supplying the taxes that they use to fund this anti-vaping campaign.
And that's their fucking issue, because the fact that they want everybody to fucking die.
Critics have warned that blanket prohibition may push the trade underground to the black market, create enforcement challenges similar to those seen in other prohibition contexts, like your drug dealers, that still proliferate everywhere. Malaysia is now moving in a similar direction, signaling a significant shift from its previous regulatory stance. Historically, Malaysia regulated sales, advertising, and packaging of the vapes and the e-cigarette products under the Control of Smoking Products Republic Act of 2024, which prohibited sales to minors and set rules for labeling and point-of-sale displays. But federal and state health authorities have increasingly expressed concerns about the rising use of vaping. Oh my God, nobody's smoking cigarettes anymore. We gotta ban the vape even harder. Kind of like Australia.
Yep.
We banned
That's
it.
what
Everybody
that's what
told us to
Bogan
go pound salt. 94% of the people said, we're not even going to get a prescription for vaping. We're just going to vape. You can't stop us.
That's why Bogan
So they
left
banned it
Australia.
again.
That's why Bogan left Australia. He's now in the UK. And he's still getting all his stuff.
So then they're like, okay, the ban doesn't work, so now we're going to let you buy it in a pharmacy. Meanwhile, they've been bashing vaping for all this time, and no pharmacy wants to sell it.
Exactly.
But you can go buy them in a pharmacy after they berate you and have a 5-hour-long conversation, and they charge you of doctor's visit for you to get berated about how you should be able to quit cold turkey if you want to quit smoking, and you shouldn't vape. But if you keep insisting on it, we'll sell it to you anyway. What? That sounds retarded to me.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's retarded.
It is. Well, in early 2026, the Malaysian health minister, Datuk Seri Dr. Zulkifli Ahmad, confirmed that the Ministry of Health is aiming to implement a phased vape ban, with initial steps focused on banning open pod systems, because, you know, that way you can taper off of your nicotine and you can, like, slowly taper down your e-liquid that you fill it with. You can fill it up with 18, and then next time you can fill it up with 12, and then you can cut it down to 9, and then 6, and then 3, and then 1, and then 0. And then not be nicotine dependent and actually enjoy the whole off-ramp from the tobacco highway. But no. It's quit or die. You can only use the most deadly products, or you can quit cold turkey. That's it. Those are your only legal options when we get done with this setup. Following this, the government aims to extend restrictions to cover all types of vaping products. The health minister has stated it will not compromise on enforcing the act as part of its moral responsibility to protect public health dollars from being cut off when everybody quits smoking. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what the article said. I can't help but tell the truth. The total ban needs formal approval and will be brought before the committee for deliberation. According to the health minister, the proposal to fully prohibit the sale and use of all vaping products has yet to be tabled because, you know, the Bloomberg bucks has forced the health minister to lie to the public and try and push this ridiculous prohibition through. So they can be like, you know, Mexico and put it in the Constitution as something that's illegal. And look at all the challenges and looking ahead. As Malaysia moves forward, finalizing its policy, the debate reflects a tension between public health priorities, economic considerations, and lessons drawn from regional neighbors, particularly Singapore, where they can cane you for vaping. Where they can cane you for not smoking. Welcome to 2026. And, you know, I like to say, Kenny, this is not just happening around the world. This is happening in your country, too. He's like, kiss off. No, it's not. Well, the new law that's currently being debated in the House of Lords could see vaping banned at all pubs across England. A ban on the selling of single-use vapes came into effect last summer. The government has issued an update to the potential ban on vaping in pubs across the UK. The Tobacco and Vapes bill was submitted for parliamentary approval last year with the aim of creating a smoke-free generation by preventing future sales of tobacco to those born before January 1st, 2009. The piece of legislation also includes flavor marketing bans and introduction of retail licensing system to discourage young people from taking up the habit. Here's a brand new law we need to pass. Okay, from now on, anybody that's been diagnosed with as being an alcoholic, or if you've ever attended an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, from this point forward, you're only going to be allowed to drink non-alcoholic, alcohol-flavored beverages. No water, no soda. You're only allowed to drink non-alcoholic beer because you're an alcoholic. It's the same thing. You're only allowed tobacco flavor in your vapes. Because that makes sense. To who? Not me. Well, let's do the same thing to the alcoholics. Every alcoholic from this point forward is only allowed to drink non-alcoholic alcoholic drinks. You can have non-alcoholic rum. You can have non-alcoholic beer.
Yep.
You can have non-alcoholic blue raspberry cotton candy vodka. But you're not allowed to have anything that's non-alcoholic completely, because it's quit or die. And if you can't abstain from your alcoholism simply because we're forcing you to drink non-alcoholic beer, that's not our fault. We're doing what's best for the teenagers that are binge drinking more than they vape. But you don't hear that in the news, do we?
Nope.
Of course not. Because, it goes against their agenda to be a puritanical hypocrite. Keep an eye on the House of Lords to see what they're going to do with this tobacco and vapes bill in the UK, because I don't see anything good coming out of it. Nothing but hypocrisy. Just like the rest of the world. So let's jump over to Canada, shall we? Because now this shopping center has now become vape-free. To protect clean indoor air. Even though the propylene glycol that's in your vape actually acts as an antimicrobial. So when you exhale it, you're actually killing bacteria and viruses. Shh! Not allowed to tell people that. You mean to tell me that people that vape actually have less of a chance of getting the common cold than people that don't vape and don't smoke? Shh. That's not been scientifically proven. You're not allowed to say that. Okay. Well, this is a thought experiment. It's a scientific experiment. And in my mind, I cannot logically fathom that that's not true.
Attention everyone. According to Happy Hippie 2005, how many more steaks cut of meat do I have to eat to kick in some global warming? They have banned no nicotine vape dashing away products.
Yeah.
That is all.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard, too. Cows farting is warming the planet. What? Yeah. Why don't you get out of your multi-billion-dollar jet and tell me that again? Seriously. A shopping center will become a vape-free environment in order to create a cleaner and healthier place to visit and work. That's a lie. I already told you, propylene glycol is antimicrobial. And when you vape, it dissipates within 5 to 10 seconds max. Unless you're like smoking on a steam. And we're back. Maybe.
We are live, technical difficulties. And do not blame DJ Alex for that.
No, I can't hear you.
Me?
All right, let's try this again.
Yes.
I hear you.
Technical difficulties. Do not blame Alex for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's not his fault. His computers just suck. I blame the technology.
Yeah. I still got a couple more things to fix. Sorry. All right, let's put the prompter back on.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, it's Dylan's fault. That is all.
Neil Pitts, you shut your mouth.
Dylan didn't do anything. He doesn't have any buttons to push.
Exactly.
Sorry, I don't even have the microphone in place. Dylan doesn't have any buttons to push. Oh, hold on. Apparently the chat isn't working. Let's activate source. Switch to live chat. We're back. Okay. And the printer's printing again. Hey, bastard, hello and welcome. Hot diggity, dog diggity. Don't talk about my friend Dylan like that. I love him. Verify you're a human. Yes, I'm a human. All right. I'm not sure if we're back on Rumble or not, but it is what it is.
I see your chat popping up.
I don't know how it handles disconnects.
I have no idea.
I know YouTube just lets you continue where you left off. And it just cuts out that big part. Hey, Bastard says we need to blame this shopping center for crashing our computer.
Yes.
They don't like us talking about it.
Mr. Brian Ferguson.
Robert had to refresh his iPad to get the stream working again. I had to restart my whole computer after it crashed.
Oh, yeah.
And then I had to install an old video driver because it worked
Attention
perfectly
everyone.
last time.
According to Mallory Gates, I did it but I am still blaming Dylan. That is all.
Mallory, you're the same boat as Neil. Pipe down.
They're just mad because they can't flash you and spin you. I need to update the commands for that.
If you want to do all the commands, it still refers to Kenny, not Dylan. So
Right. So what I need to do is I need to put those same effects on the Dylan Video Ninja feed, and then they can do the same thing to you. They can spin Dylan, they can flip Dylan, they can punch Dylan.
They can zap Dylan.
They can zap Dylan.
Oh, don't give Neil any ideas because he's got to do it 24/7 now.
And oh my goodness, you still have the Kenny logo.
Oh yeah.
I never noticed that.
I didn't realize till now.
There you go, buddy.
There we go.
Now you got the cupcake.
Look at that. Brian Ferguson donating $5.
Oh, Brian Ferguson, amazing super chat. Thank you. I swear I had nothing to do with it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Don't blame me.
Well, Brian, you're too handsome to do that. You look like a male stripper with that look.
Well, that's why he has the money to give us the super chat.
Yes,
because people keep throwing dollars at him.
That is so true.
Yeah, way to go. All right. Let's see if we can get Notepad to open this time around.
Hopefully it will.
Well, if it doesn't, Word will open. All right. News links. Double click. And it opened. Yay! Look, it actually opened. Notepad.
Hey, Bastard says, nobody saw me. You can't prove it.
It wasn't me. Saw me banging on the shower.
It wasn't me.
Saw me banging on the sofa. Wasn't me.
Dylan, I have a job for you to do. Start going around and doing First Amendment audits. That's for you, sir, not me.
All right. Well, from February 1st of 2026, vaping will be no longer permitted anywhere in Luton Point, including malls, entrances, stairwells, and car parks.
I have no idea where Luton Point is.
It's in Canada. But I don't understand. What's the point? So you're allowed to breathe in the exhaust fumes from your vehicle, but you can't possibly, breathe in your vape while you're sitting in your car in the parking lot.
So you're allowed to kill yourself with car fumes and cigarettes, but you can't live a healthy lifestyle with vaping?
Exactly.
What? That just made my brain hurt.
Yup. Visitors who wish to vape will need to do it outside the center and away from entrances. They did the same stuff here on our hospital ground.
Wait. That just confused the living shit out of me. How are you going to sit there and say you're going to ban it anywhere near the mall and in parking spots, but yet you're going to tell visitors to do it away from the center?
Yeah. If you go across the street on somebody else's property, you can do it there. Not on my neighborhood, not in my block.
It's like Staten Island. They had a whole vape stand in the mall where the guy running it was literally sitting there at the desk on his phone vaping the entire time. But somebody like me who comes in with a vapes anywhere near stores or whatever, literally standing right by the banister, you get told, oh yeah, you can't smoke, you can't vape. And when you tell them it's not a smoke, it's a vape, you still can't do it. The next time you do it, you're getting banned.
Yep.
Like what?
And that shop is no longer going to be allowed to vape in the shop inside the mall. They're going to have to legit close the shop down, walk off of the mall's property, and then you can vape.
And I even told them, I was like, how are you going to tell me not to vape? But yeah, you have a whole fucking vape stand downstairs that's fucking selling vapes, and the guy's literally vaping out in the mall. Like, make that make sense. But then they ended up closing that shit anyway.
Well, since you don't know where this place is in Canada that's doing this ridiculous prohibition that's not going to work, bill to limit new laws on tobacco and vaping products gets initial okay in Arizona House. Yay! We get something for us already? What the heck? This is amazing. I love it. We never see laws that help us out.
Okay, I like that Arizona is getting the initial okay with this.
Yeah, Phoenix siding with retailers. The state house voted Wednesday to at least partly preempt cities and towns from enacting their own rules on the sale and marketing of tobacco and vape products. The preliminary approval of Senate Bill 1147 on the voice vote came after Representative John Allen from Scottsdale, who's working with the vaping industry, agreed to some last-minute changes designed to blunt the opposition. Most notably, the changes would allow committees like Tucson and Tempe to keep their existing regulations on the sale of these products, but they would be forbidden from enacting anything more restrictive if the bill comes into law. And other communities that wanted to license and regulate retailers would be barred from doing so. So, you're limited to what has already been grandfathered in and no more.
Oof.
No more punitive punishments for those people that choose not to smoke cigarettes. Hot diggity, dog diggity. Some good news for a change.
Exactly. I wish
we never see
the
this.
news was here in New York and shit like that, but we're not going to get any good news.
Well, this isn't going to go down without a fight, man. Brian Hummel, a lobbyist for the American Cancer Society. Did I mention the fact that vaping has 50,000 times less chance of getting lung cancer than smoking?
Yep.
But the American Cancer Society doesn't want you vaping. You can smoke or you can die. Those are your two choices.
And here's the thing that people are coming to me about my father, because everybody's asking me, oh, does your father vape? Like, yeah. Like, oh, does he have COPD or anything like that from smoking so long? I was like, yeah. Like, oh, he shouldn't be vaping because he's going to worsen his COPD.
No, it makes it better. I got a scientific study that says that vaping ameliorates, which means make better, COPD. And it not only does it in the short term, but it also does it long term. It lets your lungs recover.
And the crazy thing is, these same people that are telling me this shit, they're fucking looking up this shit on Google and believing everything fucking Google says.
Yeah, well, Google will eventually tell you the truth. It's like all these other AIs. If you point it in the right direction, it will tell you the truth. But it's going to lie to you about 50 times before it gets around to telling you that vaping's better than smoking.
Exactly.
If you ask it straight up, it'll tell you the truth right away. But you got to ask it straight up. You can't like haw around about it.
Exactly, and that's why that article that you did that you did the video on, I sent it to everybody, and everybody wants to keep their mouth shut now. It's like, oh, don't sit there and say some shit, that you have no idea what you're talking about when you don't have the real scientific facts. I said there's two people I know. One of them I'm friends with, and I do shows with him every other Tuesday whenever he wants me on. He'll even tell you, the real scientific studies show vaping is better than smoking.
Always has, always will. And the ones that don't show that will be retracted eventually.
Exactly.
Just like the one Mallory talked about earlier today.
Yep.
Well, some cities like Tucson not only license retailers, but they suspend their license to sell products if they're found to sell to anybody younger than 18. Cottonwood goes a step further and makes selling tobacco products to minors a crime punishable by up to 6 months in jail.
Jesus, good Lord.
How'd you like to be working as a clerk, a minimum wage job at a convenience store, and you just, try to be a nice guy to, help out your buddy who doesn't want to smoke cigarettes, and you sell him a vape, and just because he's 19 years old and not legally old enough to buy it, you got to go to jail for 6 months for selling him that vape.
Yeah, no, I would be like, I can't do anything. You're going to have to come in with somebody to get you the fucking vape. I'm not risking my life in jail for fucking shit. But
Did you ever think somebody would be put in jail for not wanting to smoke cigarettes?
Nope.
For trying to encourage people to not smoke cigarettes?
I mean, I understand, the whole encouraging thing, but to promote kids nowadays to go to vaping when they're not of legal age to go to vape and go to the stores and shit, that needs to fucking stop. Like, nowadays in New York,
just like retailers are complaining right now, I don't want to have to pay $900 or $1,000 per store to sell tobacco products when I'm not actually selling tobacco products. I'm selling vaping products that contain zero tobacco.
Exactly. It still has nicotine in it, and that's the thing that they're gonna say. Oh, it contains nicotine. Tobacco contains nicotine.
Yeah, well, potassium tablets are the same thing that bananas contain. So do we call potassium tablets bananas?
Nope.
You call nicotine products tobacco. So let's call potassium tablets bananas. Hey, what'd you go to the hospital for? Oh, man, my potassium was low. They had to hang a bag of bananas over me so I could get better. What?
Everybody's looking.
How did they get the bananas in your vein? Oh, no, man, it's a potassium. They drip. They put it in an IV, and they fed it to me. But I'm not allowed to call it potassium because potassium comes from bananas. We call things by what they come from.
What? Everyone who thinks this is it's a bunch of idiots. At the end of the day, they just need to stop the shit. At the end of the day, the whole government FDA bullshit needs to stop with this whole bullshit. Let adults be adults. Let us vape. Let us quit smoking. Because if y'all keep fucking, if the government keeps fucking with the vaping stuff, they're gonna cause everyone to go back to fucking smoking cigarettes. And I'm not certainly for me being a reviewer and a content creator, I'm certainly not going back to cigarettes.
Me neither.
I'm not spending $18, $19, $20 on a pack of fucking Black and Mild tobacco cigarellos just for me to fucking smoke. I'm not.
Hey, do you know who Mitt Romney is? Since we're talking about, Nevada and all these states out west and Tucson, Arizona and all these states out west, you know who Mitt Romney is?
Yes, he was one of the candidates who ran for president. I want to say 2008 or 2016.
Well, see, he's actually or was a senator in the state of Utah, right? Since we're talking about Tucson, Arizona and all those states out west. Do you know what his nickname is?
What?
Marlboro Mitch.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I never heard
you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, Marlboro Mitch. Marlboro Mitch got his nickname. I'm sorry, I probably was the only one that ever called him Marlboro Mitch, but whatever. That's not the point. The point is Marlboro Mitch single-handedly, when he worked at Bain Capital, got 25% of the Russians to pick up smoking.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He worked for a marketing firm to promote tobacco products in Russia.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Let's Google it. Marlboro Mitch, Bain Capital, Russia smoking. Mitt Romney, the cigarette peddler. Back from 2012, this was published in the Huffington Post to tell people the truth. You know, because you said he was running for president, and they always dig up your shit in the past, all the skeletons in your closet. And the truth came out. The Huffington Post investigative team broke an important story about Marlboro Mitch when he was working for Bain and Company. It turns out that Mitt Romney made millions of dollars and saved the company that he was running by peddling cigarettes in the former Soviet Union in the United States back in the early 90s.
Fuck that.
Right after I graduated high school, Marlboro Mitch, working for Bain Capital, decided to go over to Russia and push cigarettes onto the Russians over there. And he got their cigarette smoking rate to go whoo, way up high.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Mitt likes turtles. That is all.
Does he diddle the turtles?
And
you take baths with the turtles? I don't understand. How does he like turtles?
This article mentions one of the cigarette brands that my father used to smoke, Pall Mall.
Yeah.
He smoked the Pall Mall Blues.
According to the investigative journalism, because back in the day when we had actual print newspapers that we held in our hands and actually read, they actually did investigative journalism back in that day. But according to the reporting in 1992, Bain approached British American Tobacco, the international conglomerate behind Kool, Lucky Strike, Pall Mall, and Benson and Hedges. Man, those are the nastiest tasting cigarettes ever, Benson and Hedges. Anyway, offering a lucrative partnership in Russia. And it worked. It worked fantastic. Romney was already familiar with the tobacco industry because the industry, like giant Philip Morris, was a domestic client of Bain Capital already. Bain and Romney worked with British American Tobacco, was lucrative for all those involved. BAT, previously on the sidelines in the Russian market, now controls about a quarter of the Russian cigarette market. Romney's Russian relationships should wave some serious red flags for somebody that was running for president, as should his willingness to push tobacco products, because it's anathema to his religious following. Smoking and cancer rates in Russia are now at an alarming rate thanks to Marlboro Mitch Romney. 22% of Russian women are smokers, and more than 60% of men smoke cigarettes in Russia. These numbers are both higher than the rates in the early 90s when Romney helped push cigarette makers into the country. Today, over 400,000 Russians die of smoking-related illnesses. So after the Soviet Union crumbled, maybe Mitch thought that he'd finish off the Russians with lung cancer. Listen, I heard about the Cold War and all, you know, and how the Russian spies, the American spies trying to, like, take each other out and, like, you know, get all the secrets so that we could become the biggest superpower on the planet. But, man, what a way to directly kill all these people. Let's go over there and sell everybody cigarettes.
And they say fucking vaping fucking causes lung cancer and shit like that.
Does Mitt Romney have friends in Russia that would like to see a new U.S. foreign policy towards that nation? Would Romney and his heirs personally profit from the new Russia policy? These are the kind of questions that always lurk under the surface when it comes to Romney and foreign policy, and Romney and his despise for vaping. Remember on 9/11 when Trump's first term, he sat down and had the e-cigarette roundtable? Guess who was sitting right next to Donald J. Trump, whispering in his ear?
Mitt Romney.
Marlboro Mitch, looking out for his big tobacco buddies.
Neil, to answer your question, I presume that cigarettes are way more in fucking Russia than they are here in the States.
This guy still makes millions of dollars every single year from his foreign income. Yet, we do not know who provides that income, what generates the income, or what is expected of Mitt Romney in exchange for the millions of dollars in foreign money.
Unfucking believable.
Couldn't have anything to do with Philip Morris or British American Tobacco, could it? It couldn't be why he chastised vaping at the Vaping Roundtable with Trump. Remember that? When Trump thought it was going to be so simple to solve this problem? And all he did was enact Tobacco 21, and he banned flavors in sealed pods, which allowed the vaping market to continue selling our bottled e-liquids and our open tank vaping systems for all these years?
Ugh. I still can't believe this dude is making millions of dollars from fucking Russia and shit like that over fucking cigarettes. At this point, everybody's just fucking dying from cigarettes. Not just the United States, but people in China, Russia, everything.
Gives a whole new twist plot to the whole let's chastise vaping. Let's use association propaganda to get everybody to think that vaping and smoking are the exact same thing.
Well, they're not.
Vaping's not better for you than smoking cigarettes. Oh, yeah?
It really is.
Who's funding your propaganda? So while we're sitting here talking about Marlboro Mitch and, cigarettes and Russia and, because nobody likes to talk about Russia because it's too hot of a political topic with the Russia-Ukraine war that's still going on that Trump couldn't squash. So here we go. Oh, boy, doesn't that look familiar?
Yep.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, does Russia control cigarettes like China does? That is all.
Yes and no. First off, Russia does not have a big tobacco monopoly in Russia. Whereas China, being a strictly communist country, has the China Big Tobacco Monopoly Administration that literally owns all of the Chinese vape companies. They're all regulated by the Big Tobacco Monopoly Administration. But they don't call it Big Tobacco Monopoly Administration. They just call it the Tobacco Monopoly Administration. Because, the Chinese like to keep things simple. And they like to keep things working, like our vapes. Sometimes. When they give you shit, it doesn't work. But they don't care because they already sold it to you. And you were the sucker that already bought it and gave them your cash. Anyway, Russia's cigarette price rises once again. Excise tax hikes hit smokers. In 2026, excise tax increase will significantly raise retail prices for all tobacco products in Russia, with an 11.3% tax hike on cigarettes and 7% on other tobacco products, like your vapes. The minimum price for a pack of cigarettes has already jumped to 153 rubles. I don't know what that is. You have to Google that. Vapes and heated tobacco are also affected by this tax increase, with higher costs expected to boost federal revenue while straining consumers' wallets. The price surges from 135 to 153 rubles. Excise on cigarettes are up 11.3%. Vapes and heated tobacco are also taxed higher, and the boost is expected to generate over 1 trillion rubles for the Russian government, for their federal budget.
So apparently rubles is Russian currency.
Yes, how much is a dollar? How much is 153 rubles to dollars?
153. $1.96.
Wait a minute, the minimum price of a pack of smokes in Russia is $1.96?
Yeah, 153 rubles is $1.96.
What was 135 rubles?
135 is $1.73.
You used to be able to get a pack of smokes for $1.73?
Yep.
No wonder 60% of men in Russia smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, so it went from $1.73 to $1.96.
Well, let's look at the actual dollars and cents when we break that down and see how they treat vaping and smoking, shall we? We've just learned that the new minimum price for a pack of smokes is going to be 153 rubles, which is less than $2 a pack, right? Cigars are now a minimum price, brand new minimum price of 814 rubles for a cigar.
Which is $10.43.
For a single cigar.
Yep.
That kind of tells me they really want people smoking cigarettes, right? Yep. You get a whole pack for $2, or you get one cigar now for $10. And
for heated
tobacco 10,950 rubles,
which is $139.85
for the less harmful alternative.
Yep.
Maybe Kenny was right. Maybe this is all population control.
And from what the previous price, it was $125.65
for heated tobacco per kilogram. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's look at vape. Let's look at vape liquids. Okay, what's 49 rubles?
63 cents.
Per milliliter tax. Multiply that by 60. Should be like $4.
It's coming to $37.80.
For wait a minute, 49 rubles. Let's figure that out. Maybe my math is wrong.
No, I did it for United States USD.
Okay, we got 49 rubles times 60 is 2,940 rubles. $37 tax for a 60 ml bottle?
Yep.
Versus $2 for a pack of smokes.
You paid more for that shit than a fucking pack of smokes.
So, if you're looking at it, this 60 ml bottle lasts me an entire week. To equate this to cigarettes, you're looking at a carton. So you're looking $20 a carton of smokes versus $37 for a 60 ml bottle of vaping liquid that isn't going to kill you. It's actually going to improve your health outcome.
Yep.
They really want people to smoke cigarettes in Russia, don't they?
Yep, they want people to kill themselves, whereas they're charging more for something that could actually save your life.
The facts don't lie. They like to report it in a way that you can't figure it out unless you know about the topic, right?
Yep.
You're thinking, oh, wait a minute, a pack of smokes is 153, but a milliliter of liquid is only 49. Yeah, well, nobody is going to be able to convert that to make it sound equal unless you're Juul. If you're Juul, your Juul pod has 2 mils of liquid in it, right?
Yep.
So your Juul is going to be 98 rubles, and a pack of smokes is 153 rubles. So for Juul, you're allowed to have harm reduction because you have a 2 mil pod that is equivalent to a pack of smokes.
Yep.
But if you want to have an open tank vapor system where you're not restricted to 59 milligram nicotine, you only want, 3 or 6 milligram nicotine. Well, you got to have to cough up $37 a week in taxes plus the cost of your 60 ml bottle.
Unfucking believable.
It isn't just the United States and the UK and Australia that has ridiculous policies when it comes to harm reduction. The association propaganda has bullshitted the politicians into passing these ridiculous taxes. They clearly want to prevent you from quitting smoking.
Yep. That's exactly what they want to do.
Vladimir Chernov, an analyst at Freedom Financial Global, notes that the excise growth exceeds expected inflation. This suggests a deliberate strategy by authorities to leverage the fiscal effect while simultaneously attempting to reduce tobacco consumption in their politicians' brains, because that's the only place it's going to get reduced. It's not going to happen in real public. It's not going to happen in real scientific findings.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, is that just tax not including the price of the juice?
Exactly. That's just the excise tax. So now let's take a look at a 100 ml bottle. It's $37 for a 60 ml bottle. We're looking at 4,900 rubles of tax for a 100 ml bottle. How much is that in dollars?
I'm about to check right now. $62.80.
For a 100 ml bottle. That's the excise tax on a 100 ml bottle of e-liquid, not including the price of the bottle of liquid itself.
Yep.
That's just the tax. There's still 33 million people who smoke cigarettes in Russia, down from 40 million in 2013.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And it's certainly not because of the tobacco control policies in place.
Nope, not one bit.
They legit want everybody to own one of these cigarettes.
And this goes back to exactly what I said. They want everybody to sit there and kill themselves worldwide.
And it continues on because not only are you prevented, what's going on here? Not only are you prevented from having affordable e-liquids unless you DIY in Russia, you're also prevented from vaping at the bus stop. Effective September 1st, Russia is implementing a strict ban on the sale of vapes and cigarettes and hookah at public transport stops. What?
That's literally unbelievable.
So if you have a vape shop at a bus stop, you got to close?
That makes absolutely no sense. Why would you want to sit there and put a vape shop in front of a bus stop and then fucking force them to close?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, I wonder what the black market is like on vaping in Russia. That is all.
Well, I don't know what the black market in vaping is in Russia now, but I know it's going to be just as flourishing as it is in Australia come next year when these ridiculous taxes go into play. Because nobody in their right mind is going to take a $5 bottle of liquid and be willing to pay over $50 in taxes on a $5 bottle of liquid to not smoke cigarettes.
You're not wrong about that. And yet, like I said, with them making cigarettes so cheap the way they are now in Russia, you're still basically having people kill themselves just on cigarettes alone. Not to mention,
because a whole carton of smokes only cost you $20 in taxes.
Yep. Not to mention whatever price all the other drugs and fucking alcohol is over there too.
And this whole ban of no tobacco products for sale near your bus stop comes to prevent or eliminate impulsive purchasing when you get off the bus. What?
For fuck's sakes.
Well, these new restrictions go into effect September 1st, and the ban covers cigarettes, vapes, hookahs, and heated devices. Small towns with limited retail infrastructure are exempt from the restriction. Wait a minute. If you're doing this for public health, this policy should apply to everybody, regardless of where you live.
Exactly. That's exactly what it should be.
So I am getting the distinct impression that this has nothing to do with public policy and only is concerned about the Russian government's tax coffers.
That's exactly what it is.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, the tax right now is 44 rubles per mil now, isn't it going to 49, right? That is all.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they probably already have a burgeoning black market over in Russia for vaping products.
Yep. Because they're increasing the price of the cigarettes over there for per pack. The same thing for the vapes and the liquids.
But they're taxing vapes based on the idea that the only legal product that people want to buy are the Juuls and the Views that have 2 mil tanks.
Yep.
No open tank systems like this one. This has a 9 milliliter capacity tank. You're paying $10 to fill that tank up in taxes alone. Ridiculous. So rural small town shops are exempt. Meanwhile, urban transport stops are strictly prohibited, and it's going to reduce passive smoking and impulse buying of tobacco products. Bullshit.
That's exactly what it is. Bullshit.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't even think it sounds good. Well, if my computer's going to continue functioning, let's take a look at the next story. Let's jump into Europe. Let's take a look at the Netherlands. See how Vaping Bic's doing over there. What's he going to have to deal with this year? Ready?
Yep.
Who jumped in? Darren D. Hello and welcome. So let's take a look at the Netherlands. The Netherlands hiked cigarette taxes to get smokers to quit. More bullshit propaganda. Many are buying tobacco abroad instead. Oh, what do you mean? They got a black market there too?
That's what it looks like. Because big.
I guess you're going to have to drive outside the country to be able to buy your stuff at an affordable price. Smokers in the Netherlands pay more for cigarettes than almost anywhere else in the EU. And the country hiked taxes again last year to the delight of public health and the anti-smoking activists. The religious cult. That's what they are. Made my life miserable the whole time. And not once did any of the things that they implemented actually make me want to quit smoking. Because they never understood why we smoked in the first place. But new research indicates that raising tobacco taxes may no longer work in small, wealthy countries where people can easily cross borders and load up on cheaper products abroad. After the Netherlands increased prices by 24% on cigarettes and 45% on rolling tobacco in 2024, about 7% of smokers quit. According to the analysis from the Dutch Public Health Agency, who is obviously being funded because of the fact that people are smoking cigarettes. Meanwhile, 22% of smokers cut down on cigarettes and 14% switched to a cheaper brand. I call bullshit on that too.
That's exactly what it is. It's just all bullshit. Because they just want everybody to quit vaping, quit doing everything, and just going back to cigarettes. Like,
let's think about this for a minute, okay? If the taxes were really high where I lived, and I could drive to Ohio where they didn't tax it as high, and I could just once a month take a trip to Youngstown and buy a carton of cigarettes for each week of the next month because it's payday, I can go to Ohio and buy 4 cartons of cigarettes and come back and continue to smoke. Now, what's going to suck is come the 4th week of the month, I actually finished off all 4 cartons of smokes already, and it's not payday, so I don't have the money to drive to Youngstown again to buy another carton of smokes and then drive all the way back because, well, the drive there and the turnpike fees and, well, you know, you're going to make a day of it is going to cost more than it does for a carton of smokes here.
Everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Per capita income in Russia is around 15,500 per year, so most people make less than that. That is all.
It's pretty brutal if you live in Russia.
Yep.
But that didn't stop us from smoking, did it?
Nope.
So if you live in Netherlands, you're going to still buy a carton of smokes a month in the Netherlands, but the other 4 cartons of smokes you're gonna burn through, you're going to buy out of the country. So it's going to look like you quit smoking or you cut back on smoking when you really didn't.
Exactly.
That's what these stupid people that are in tobacco control seem to push onto the thing is their raging success in getting people to quit smoking. Meanwhile, the truth is you didn't actually get people to quit. You just got people to quit buying cigarettes that you taxed.
Exactly.
Like here in the States, you'd go to the Indian reservation and buy your cigarettes tax-free. And then you come home. And maybe at the end of the month, you would actually cough up $70 for a carton of smokes in New York.
Yeah.
But guess what happens on the next payday? You're driving back to the Indian reservation to buy another 4 cartons to get you through another month, hopefully.
Yeah, people like that are fucking insane.
And eventually, you're going to realize, geez, I always need 5 cartons of smokes. Why am I only buying 4? Let me just buy the 5 now. And it's going to be a lot better than me waiting until the end of the month when I ran out of smokes and it's not payday yet. I'll just simply have enough smokes to last the whole way through. So maybe my trip won't include a meal out with the wife. Maybe we'll just go over and buy our smokes and come home and eat hot dogs for dinner that night or ramen noodles because we can't afford, a nice steak potato dinner because we had to buy our smokes.
Yep.
So I guess your policies don't actually freaking work.
Nope, they don't. Not one bit.
The policy must focus on reducing purchases of tobacco products made abroad. You're not going to stop people from doing what they want to do. You're not going to stop people from smoking that don't want to quit smoking.
Exactly.
So maybe the right thing would be to encourage people to pick something that tastes better and costs less and won't kill them. Or is that too much to ask for modern day society? To actually treat people with humility and to not stigmatize them for their choices? Because let's be real, everybody makes bad choices in their life at some point in time. Some of us never stop making bad choices. Ain't nothing you can do to change that.
Exactly. Because either way, people are still going to make their decisions and everything.
Well, the Netherlands might not actually have to worry about this because the European Commission right now has an executive body that is reportedly considering raising taxes on rolling tobacco by 258% and cigarettes by 139%. What? You really want a black market in Europe, don't you?
That's what it seems. Everybody wants a black market.
Across the EU, taxes on a 20-pack of smokes range from $1.92 in Bulgaria. 192 euros in Bulgaria to 992 euros in Ireland. And you're going to jump that price up 258%? All you're going to have is a black market. The Netherlands has the second highest tax rate at €7.66. This craziness isn't limited to any specific place on the planet. The whole place is going to shit in a handbasket.
It really is.
And now, Vape Business, Next Gen, this website, I came across this beautiful article that found a leaked EU tax draft aiming to stop smokers switching to vaping. So they had to publish this beautiful article, and it says that a leaked draft of the European Council's updated tobacco excise directive has sparked fresh anger among vaping advocates who claim that Brussels is still intent on taxing lower-risk nicotine alternatives in a way that's definitely going to deter smokers from switching. Drives me insane. That's like weed being classified a lower threat. The reason that happened is for the FDA to start regulating it. Exactly. It's the only reason they lowered the classification of cannabis, so that the FDA could actually get in charge of regulating it. And then the only people that are going to be allowed to sell it to you are the big tobacco companies. Mark my words. Come back in 10 years and tell me whether I'm right or wrong. The draft reported in Clearing the Air suggests excise rates proposed for vaping products, nicotine pouches, and heated tobacco are slightly lower than the European Commission's plan published last summer, but campaigners argue that the overall intent remains the same, narrowing the price gap with cigarettes. And just like we found out in Russia, it's not actually narrowing the thing. It's actually making vaping way more expensive than smoking cigarettes. They make it sound good, but when you read the fine print, you come to find out that they're taxing by the milliliter as opposed to by the pound. Well, all they're doing is making smoking more attractive than vaping.
That's exactly what they're doing.
What about the rest of the world? Well, Google shoves another ad in our face. Here we go. Vape market. Cabinet of Ministers sets new rules on the game. The government has approved new sanitary regulations for tobacco products, devices, and accessories for their use. What? That's not a tobacco product. Stop the association propaganda. That is the cure for cigarette smoking. That's not the same thing as cigarette smoking. The new regulations establish measures to restrict minors' access to tobacco products, especially e-cigarettes, because we'd rather have them smoke cigarettes than use a harm reduction product.
That's exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not what the article said. But that's what they're doing. This includes online sales and also establishes reporting and market control procedures so they can know who's buying what. So we can feed it to AI and, you know, they can like hammer down on you for your choice to not smoke cigarettes. They can double the amount of vape propaganda you see and try and convince you and bullshit you into thinking that smoking is safer for you than vaping.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, I heard the big pharmaceutical is going to control the weed with the FDA. That is all.
That's a possibility, but let's not forget about the fact that during and directly after COVID, big tobacco companies were scarfing up cannabis labs in Canada.
Yeah, that's a big no-no.
They've already got a foothold in it. They argued that they were using it for the patent rights to the coils, like they do with the patent war right now with Juul and Enjoy, which is a big fiasco because, well, originally, the big tobacco company partnered with Juul until Juul kept getting sued and kept getting sued and kept getting sued. And then the truth came out that, listen, we're going to bail from our partnership with Juul, but in order for us to walk away from our multi-billion-dollar investment that we've been losing our asses on, we need to walk away with the patent rights for the coil that you have in Juul so that we can introduce products using the same coil, and you're not going to sue the shit out of us because we're using the same coil you have that you have a patent on. So Altria walked away with the patent rights for that coil so that they could buy Enjoy because Enjoy got its PMTA authorization to sell these products. And need I remind you that Enjoy was never a big tobacco company. No. They were always a vape manufacturer until big tobacco bought them out. But now, somehow, that patent rights that the Altria walked away from the table with at Juul isn't good enough. Juul is now suing Enjoy for the patent rights to the coil that's in the Enjoy Ace. And there's currently a customs ban of the Enjoy Ace pods until the International Trade Commission rules on the patent rights for those pods.
Unbelievable.
Isn't this like a musical chair greed-fueled clusterfuck, if I ever saw one in my entire life?
Well, that's just a giant clusterfuck.
Like, Juul relinquished the patent rights for the coil to Altria, so Altria bought Enjoy, but that still wasn't good enough to cover the coils that are patented by Juul and now prevented from coming into the country, even though it's got PMTA authorization, because the big tobacco companies need to be richer. It drives me insane.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, what's different on the coils compared to the coils in a pod from a big vape company? That is all.
I think they're all the same, because guess who makes them all? China Tobacco. China Tobacco technically owns all the vape companies in China. So when the cheap Chinese vape companies make these coils, like Phelan, they make these coils for Juul, they make these coils for Enjoy, they make these coils that go inside your disposable vape that comes directly from China Tobacco, even though it's labeled Taste Flex or it's labeled, whatever. Take your pick. They're all Chinese brands. Some of them might be Filipino origin. Some of them might be American made, but it's not actually American made. It's just American company that had the contract with a Chinese company to make the vape. And they might have filled them here in the States with American made liquids, which are no different than the Chinese made liquids, except for maybe the flavoring companies that are used. The flavoring might have come from Italy, from Flavor Art. Who knows? We don't know what the formulations are inside these things. All's all one big hush-hush secret. Well, welcome to Moldova, where they got to do like everybody else in the world does. And the Minister of Health has an aim of this project to strengthen the legal framework for tobacco control. The national legalization will be adjusted in accordance with the requirements of the EU. Therefore, the new document clearly specifies how manufacturers and retailers should notify the authorities about their products, how to report and control sales, including online formats to submit your paperwork online. Unlike the FDA that wants you to submit, terabytes of data only for them to just blanket deny your shit because you don't have a long-term longitudinal study that says that your 6 milligram gets more people to quit smoking than your 10 milligram or Juul's 50 milligram.
And what's even sad is that these stores that are actually selling this shit is the fact that they get told, oh yeah, you need a type of permit to sell these things in the store. Oh, this, that, and the third.
And let's not forget about the taxes, because they can't possibly leave taxes where they're at. They always got to jack them up. The excise taxes have been growing since 2022, and in 2025, the excise tax on cartridges and tanks are going to increase.
According to Neil
15%.
Pitts, does Juul use a mesh or round wire in their pods? That is all.
They're all using mesh coils now.
Yeah.
Last one I tore apart had a mesh coil in it. But they're way tiny. They're like literally like a 1.5 millimeter rod and the little mesh that wraps around it. They're minuscule. Like these disposables have a bigger mesh tank or bigger mesh coil than the Juuls do.
Yeah.
But they also compensate by the resistance that's in this one. And this is 10 times more enjoyable than Juul or Views or Enjoy has ever been. Even if I put a janky tobacco flavor in a disposable or buy one that's got a tobacco flavor, it still tastes better than the FDA-authorized products.
Yep. I agree 100%.
Well, in Maldives, the electronic cigarettes expect to see a 15% tax increase. from 2690.87 Li per liter to 3,094.50 per liter. Like, I don't even need to convert that to dollars to know that that's just bad.
It really is.
However, such a dramatic increase was accompanied by a lack of effective control mechanisms. Well, we already talked about the fact that when the price gets too high where you live at, you just go somewhere else to buy it.
Yep.
And if you're a real entrepreneur, guess what you do? You take 10 grand, you drive to Ohio, you buy cartons of smokes everywhere, get them, and your van or your truck with cartons of smokes, and then guess what you do? You drive to New York where they're taxing you $20 per pack of smokes, and you sell them there for $15.
Yep.
And you make a killing. And you make more money in one weekend than you would working in a straight 9-to-5 job, 40 hours a week, every single week. You can make a month income in one weekend, driving to Ohio, loading up on cartons of smokes, and selling them to New York. And then once you made your first mint on it, you realize this is actually a very easy business to do. Then you decide you're not going to go and buy them from Ohio because Ohio is taxing them too. You're going to go and buy them from some Indian reservation somewhere and then sell them to people. So you're going to make a mint on it because now you're buying it with no taxes on it and selling them in a place for much cheaper than the local convenience store can sell a pack of smokes.
But then again, at the same time, these local convenience stores are selling a pack of smokes for like God knows how much nowadays.
Last time I was in Niagara Falls, it was like $17 for a pack of Marlboro.
Out here in New York, for a singular pack, it's like nearly $20 just for a pack.
It's crazy.
Yeah, because my father, the last time I bought him a pack of smokes, he was like, "Where's my change?" I said, "Listen, you gave me $18, $19. There's no change for a pack of smokes." I said, "Because that's exactly how much you're paying for cigarettes."
Yeah, well, drive down to Virginia or South Carolina or one of those states that don't have these ridiculous taxes on a pack of smokes. You can literally find the cheapest state for cigarettes. You can drive down there, buy the cigarettes for $7 a pack, go to New York and sell them for $15 a pack. And Eddie Murphy is going to be chasing you around trying to get you to, reenact a scene in the movie. Is you have a tractor trailer full of cigarettes that you're selling in New York, doubling your money. They're legit creating a bunch of criminals that they don't need to create. If you just get realistic about your taxes.
Everything now is just astronomically high. Everything just needs to come down in price.
Yeah. Mike the Hogginator, hello and welcome to the show. $30 a carton in Texas. $56% tax here. Cheapest pack is $7 here for Indian type cigs. Yep. It's still better than Australia, man. $60 for a pack of smokes in Australia. And they can't figure out why the drug cartels have opened up shops selling people loose leaf tobacco and cheap Japanese cigarettes in Australia. Can't figure out why there's a drug cartel and why the drug cartels have a tobacco war bombing each other's tobacco shops. Can't figure it out. Anyway, we took a look at the Heat Not Burn. My son was stationed in Japan, and when he got discharged from there to get restationed and rebased, he brought home a Heat Not Burn thing that we tried here on the show, and I thought that was pretty cool. And as much as I enjoyed it, I was like, no, I'm not going back to Heat Not Burn when I got vapes. Vapes are better for you than Heat Not Burn. So,
yep.
Despite having a carton of those Camels sitting around here that are flavored, mind you, in Japan you're allowed flavored tobacco, and it's not like the little menthol ones. Remember they had the Camel Crush Had a little ball inside there you would crush to get that fresh menthol.
My old
Yeah, well,
coworker.
it's not like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, you have heat not burn. It's still better for you than actually smoking a cigarette. Well, here you have Japan Tobacco has launched a limited edition panel for the Plume Aura. Just like with your vapes, you can swap out the panels, for your battery doors and stuff. Well, you could do the same thing with your heat not burn stuff in Japan. I think it's kind of interesting to see, because that's all the rage in Japan. Half of the racks are filled with combustible cigarettes. The other half are filled with heat not burn sticks.
Yeah.
And they're actually doing the same thing that we do in our vape culture by swapping out cases and mods and tanks. And they're actually selling big tobacco in Japan. Japan Tobacco is selling these beautiful panels for your heat not burn device. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, Alex, I don't mean to cut it short, but I hear my father call me. I have to hop off.
No worries, buddy. I appreciate you coming on.
If you need me next week, I will be on.
I will be on a boat in the Bahamas, in the Caribbean. I will not be here next week.
Or if you need me the week after, let me know, and I'll gladly come on.
No worries. I appreciate you coming around, Dylan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Best of wishes to your dad.
Yes. Thank you. Later.
See you guys. All right. So, you ever wonder, we got this Trump war, this trade war going on with Trump, right? He's taxing everything, tariffing everything until they relinquish and, try and come up with a compromise that neither side actually loves, but better than what it was. Well, in China, because of the Tobacco Monopoly Administration and the tariffs that are on there, the way that they've been able to keep the pricing of these disposables so bloody cheap for us, so we can still enjoy them at a reasonable price, the government itself was giving rebates to the vape manufacturers. They were the VAT export rebates. So whatever tariffs Trump was throwing on there, the companies couldn't themselves actually absorb the cost of that. They would have had to have raised the prices of these disposable vapes, but the government looked at it and says, no, we need to make sure that we have as much stability and flexibility for you companies to continue operations, to keep your employees busy and working and making money, and the company making money for the actual country. So we're going to give you a rebate for any of these export taxes. And when you send stuff to Europe where they have VAT, we're going to reimburse you for that VAT that you have to pay to get your shit for sale in the EU. Well, come to 2026, we can't afford to keep doing that. So we're going to cut it off. So if it's not bad enough that they're going to be raising the taxes on all of these products, well, the China Ministry of Finance is no longer going to be reimbursing the vape companies in China for the VAT that they have to pay to get it into Europe. So the price of these vapes are going to go up in Europe, not only because of the taxes, but because the companies have to raise the prices to still be a profitable company. Effective April 1st, 2026, value-added tax export rebates will be eliminated for a range of products, including your vapes. The announcement, detailed in the Ministry of Finance and State Taxation Administration Amendment Number 2 of 2026, represents a substantial blow to numerous Chinese foreign trade enterprises that have relied on these rebates as a crucial component of their profitability. The policy adjustment focuses on removing VAT rebates for products including photovoltaic modules, aka solar panels, and critically, electronic cigarettes. The official document lists commodity code, products not containing tobacco or reconstituted tobacco, and containing nicotine for non-combustible use within the scope of the rebate cancellation. The code directly encompasses a wide range of e-cigarette products, including drip tips and coils and bottles of liquid and disposable vapes, even if they're not disposable, if they're rechargeable, and pod mod systems. All of it was currently getting a rebate that is going to go away. which means it's effectively going to be a 9 to 6% difference in the pricing for the manufacturer. That is going to be passed on to the consumer. That's you and me. It's a profitability squeeze. Industry analysts estimate that the loss of the rebate will translate to a reduction of approximately $1.30 in profit for every $10 of e-cigarette exports. This results in substantial compensation of export gross margins and potentially forcing companies to reassess their pricing strategies and operational costs. Welcome to reality that you will get nowhere else, because I dig deep for the news. I'm sick of just reading propaganda. I want to find out what's really going on in the world. And if I got to go through Tor browsers and onions and all kinds of crap to do it, I'm going to get it for you. Shift in priorities? Yeah, right. Let me put this back in my notes, and somehow I deleted it. Let's move on to our last story of the day. If my computer is going to let me copy and paste this. Interesting how I put it on the screen and all of a sudden it worked. Last story of the day. I told you guys earlier about Singapore, about how bad they are and how strict they are on people not vaping in their country. It's literally turned into a drug war. And they're using the same drug war mentality to combat people wanting to not smoke cigarettes. So now they've established a hotline so you can turn in your buddies that are vaping. And you can make sure that your buddy that's vaping gets caned because you turned them in for vaping. Singapore's e-cigarette crackdown continues. It's a busy day at Woodlands Checkpoint, Singapore's mainland crossing on the border with Malaysia, and thousands of cars are slowly trundling past the watchful eyes of the customs officer, Belinda Liaw, and her team. Suddenly, Liaw steps forward, signaling a white Toyota van to stop. Her team swarms the vehicle immediately, their blue-gloved fists knocking all over the chassis to continue to check for false compartments. Like they do for the cocaine and the amphetamines, they're now searching for your vapes. Others question the driver, rifle through his belongings, and scour his mobile phone. They're searching for vapes, which the Singapore government has spent months waging war against. What? They're not just looking for cocaine stashed in the spare tire of your vehicle. They're looking for disposable vapes because the black market still exists, even though it's banned, even though they literally cane you for vaping. They've set up an 800 number for you to call and report your friends and family that are not smoking cigarettes. Vapes or e-cigarettes have been banned in the city-state since 2018, but in recent years, drug-laced vapes, known by their street name K-Pods, have become popular on the black market, unnerving a country known for its zero tolerance of drugs. Authorities launched a harsh crackdown, putting in place tough punishments with more targeted laws on the way. Now, if you get caught with e-cigarettes in Singapore, you could be jailed, sent to state rehab, or even caned. A massive public health campaign has blanketed the island, warning Singaporeans of the dangers of vaping. And it's not from the actual vape itself, it's from the punitive punishments of tobacco control, believing that they can actually control what people do with themselves. This is reality in 2026. Could others follow suit? Is it possible for the other countries to get so ridiculous on this? Okay, you can go now. Back at the Woodlands checkpoint, Liaw and her team of customs officers wave off the driver that they were searching. Unfortunately, he was clean. Most vapes come from Singapore to Malaysia. Lee told BBC that once found vaping supplies stacked inside of an air conditioning equipment and cartons of light switches. Another time, they searched a bread van and discovered thousands of vapes nestled within trays of buns. In recent months, smugglers have changed tactics by bringing in smaller batches squirreled away in various parts of the vehicle, hence the thorough knocking. Elsewhere in the checkpoint, the BBC saw officers screening lorries with large X-ray machines before climbing inside to inspect the cargo, slashing through plastic wrapping with pen knives, and peering inside pallets with torches. The smugglers' methods are evolving, so we're evolving too. We have to work harder to detect more cases and stop these vapes from coming in. That, I think, is ridiculous right there. Jeremy Fricks, hello and welcome. I'm a DIY RDA vapor, but I still get my juices from brick and mortars, so I can help the industry stay strong. Yeah, me too, man. I've been DIYing my own liquids, got over 800 flavorings here, and I still, when I'm in the area of a vape shop, I'll run in and grab myself a bottle of e-liquid, like this Keep It 100 OG Blue. that was my all-day vape for so long, and I just like to revisit it every once in a while. Plus, it supports the local business and, helps put food on the table for that guy, too. Anyway, I think this is freaking ridiculous. Here you've got a $2,000 air conditioning condenser coil setup that has been stripped of its guts in order to fill it with disposable vapes that they're literally moving across the market to keep the black market flourishing. And there's the compartments inside people's vehicles that used to be filled with cocaine and amphetamines and LSD and God knows what, heroin or whatever. And now they strip the inside of your panel van and stuff the shell of your vehicle with disposable vapes. Because no prohibition has ever worked in history. But they're going to keep cracking down on it.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, is it Singapore where if you do a layover and have a vape in carry-on you can still be arrested? That is all.
And thrown in jail. And now, if they crack down on this any further, you might get publicly caned before they let you back on the plane without your vape. Do you want to go to Singapore? I don't. In September, the government rolled out brand new penalties for vapors, including state-mandated rehabilitation and fines of up to 10,000 Singapore dollars. That translates to 5,765 pounds or $7,780 for not smoking cigarettes. This is 2026. Welcome to reality. Sorry I pulled the curtains open so you could see what's really going on in the world. The punishments are more severe for sellers, particularly those caught with drug-laced vapes. They could be jailed for up to 20 years and receive up to 15 strokes of the cane. A painful punishment where convicts are flogged on their buttocks. Foreigners face the same punishments and can also be deported. Strict rules have been introduced in schools where students caught with vapes could face suspensions, expulsions, and also caning. More penalties are expected in the next few months as the government comes up with legislation targeting automidate. We reported on that like 6 months ago, and other drugs that could be found in the vapes. Fentanyl can't be one of them. It doesn't dissolve. It needs to be a water-soluble substance, or at least substances that can be diluted in alcohol for it to be in a vape. Vape bins have been placed across the island for users to dispose of their illegal devices without penalty. Authorities have also been conducting roving patrols and bag checks at bus and metro stations to kick those reluctantly to voluntarily giving up their vapes. And a hotline has been set up for the public to report anyone suspected of vaping. So, if you caught somebody banging your old lady and you really wanted to flog his day, just turn him in for vaping. And the cops will show up at his house, bust his door down, and not find a vape. But, you get a little revenge for him banging your old lady. So, an ass whooping for vaping. That's the new penalty. Congratulations. Oh, and let's not forget about the big billboard misinformation. Stop vaping before it stops you. Straight up lie. Straight up lie. And the thing is, the sad reality is those people that don't vape, don't smoke, don't know anything about it, believe all this horse shit. Everybody knows cigarettes are bad for you. But unfortunately, after seeing signs and posters like this, they actually think cigarette smoking is better for you than vaping. And that's a straight up lie. That's bad for public health. But these people don't care. They're like religious fanatics. They're like the terrorists from the Middle East. They're no different because you don't want to smoke cigarettes. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And there you have it, folks. Hour and 17 minutes into the show. We got done with the news. That's actually an hour and 17 minutes after the computer crashed for no apparent reason. But you know,
attention everyone.
Just another day in the life
According
of a
to
tobacco
Neil
harm
Pitts,
reduction advocate.
I would be doing calls on a burner phone. Say I saw one of the government officials who passed the law vaping. That is all.
Yeah. What do they call that? When you give somebody the same punishment that they want to give you? Taste of your own medicine? Unreal, folks. Well, let's see what I got in my fridge, because I didn't actually bring anything up for the adult beverage review. So let's roll the bumper for a beautiful flavor explosion and see what I can pull out of the fridge. Oh, no. It's not working. It's not working. Refresh. Up for your entertainment today, still in my refrigerator, is this beautiful Bolotin whiskey cream. This is a chocolate cherry cream, 17% alcohol by volume, and perfectly legal for any adult to consume. And you're not going to get chastised for it. You're not allowed to get inebriated on YouTube, but you can certainly enjoy as many of these as you want until you get inebriated, and then you run the risk of actually being banished from YouTube. But heaven forbid you actually talk about the truth of vaping. There's more of a chance of you being deplatformed for this than you do for this. Cheers. Whew.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, after you come back one show you should do an alcoholic drink using the flavors you have. That is all.
Oh, I could get some Everclear, or I could even just use some plain vodka, some Smirnoff or something, and I could make it whatever flavor I want. I have beautiful cherries and chocolates and over here, and I can, make up a nice little concoction and flavor up my alcohol. Perfectly legal for you to do. But don't talk about vaping. That's bad. You're going to get chastised for that. Welcome to 2026. It's a 1984 world, and the authorities don't want you to know the truth. Don't want you to know you can save your life. Don't want to know you could improve your health outcome. Don't want you to know how to, wick and coil fresh coils in your beautiful rebuildable tank filled with e-liquid you made yourself, because it's dirt cheap to do it. To make this, the bottle's going to cost you as much as the liquid that goes into it. But it's less than $5 a bottle, no matter how many flavors you throw into it. But there's a beautiful, delicious vape. It's like this one here. This mouth-to-lung tank, that's filled with DIY liquid. Key lime pie. Who doesn't love key lime pie? Where's the bottle? William Dobson, 5-pound super chat. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Keep the truth butter flowing. Well, yeah, because it's utterly ridiculous. You can get caned for vaping, for not wanting to smoke cigarettes. I wonder what they do to people like me that teach you how to make your own e-liquid. What's the penalty for that in Singapore? Here's a beautiful key lime pie, 30% flavoring. This is a 15 milligram liquid designed for people that mouth to lung.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, make you own hard seltzer, sparkling soda vodka and flavors. That is all.
Actually, I'm jealous of the people that actually make their own drinks and make flavoring and formulate flavoring for beverages. There was somebody that posted on the one, I think on Wayne's Facebook group. There was this guy that actually spent a year, my apologies, spent a year researching how to make a replica for Coca-Cola using chemical food grade flavorings. Now, granted, a lot of those flavorings are oil-based, so we can't use them in our vape. But it does reveal a recipe that you can use to create a cola-flavored vape. And some of the stuff that we've already mixed up before, like one of the recipes that Flavors had introduced a long time ago, kind of reveals some of that same flavor profile makeup of it. Let me look in my recipes here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Cola. Where is it? I'm going way, way back. Oh, where is it? I know I've seen it here. A little more cola. A little more cola. Here's the recipe. Let's check her out. A little more cola. Blood orange, bourbon, caramel cream, cinnamon swirl, has a little bit of a cooling agent, 10% of WS-23, fairy floss, sherbet, and super sweet. And ironically, when you watch this guy's YouTube video that shows you how to actually make the flavoring compounds that get added to seltzer water to make it a Coca-Cola, use the same basic recipes. There's citrus components in it. There's the caramel color that goes into it. There's the, that's where the sherbet and the blood orange and stuff comes from in this recipe. And then they also have the ethyl maltol, and they have the sucralose for your fairy floss and your super sweet. Because that's what a fairy floss essentially is. It's just ethyl maltol. And then super sweet is your sucralose. And they use that to make up their version of Coca-Cola. And I've mixed this up before, and you have to let it steep for at least a good month, just like you do when you make it for an actual seltzer cola, before you actually go to consume it, to get the full flavor effect of it. Because it takes time for all of those flavor compounds to equally distribute amongst there. Plus, in the actual cola that you add to the seltzer, there's chemical decomposition that takes place in the presence of the acid that they put into it that creates new flavor compounds that are not present in the individual ingredients. The same thing happens with your DIY e-liquids. When you make them up and you steep them for a month, especially when you get into the creams and the custards, that's why it takes so long for that flavor profile to come through, because those aldehydes and whatnot have to break down for you to get those complex custard egg-rich notes and flavors from them. But I thought it was pretty cool. Hunky, why does my semi-popular Blue Raz candy come from Voodoo Juice taste like perfume? I can't stand it because it hasn't been sitting around long enough. I had that problem whenever the vape apocalypse was going on, and companies like where I used to get my candy cane, Awesome Town, and Pier 1. These were all from, let's see if they still have it on here, the Sauce LA. Whenever they were going out of business, normally when they make these liquids, they sit on the shelf in their warehouse for up to 6 months before they actually put them for sale and send them to you ready to vape. So a lot of the ones, because they're super high in concentration of flavorings, take an extraordinarily long time to steep before the flavor profile on the label actually becomes true. So if you're having a perfumey flavor from your e-liquid, put it on the shelf, throw it in the closet, keep it in the dark so the nicotine that's already in there doesn't oxidize any further, but let that steep into a beautiful recipe that it's supposed to be at. A lot of the people were complaining when they placed their orders, they're used to, vaping a certain flavor and they ordered the same one. And then when they got it, they were complaining. They're like, oh man, this thing tastes chemically, or this thing tastes perfumey, or has a very strong perfume flavor or scent to it. I can't vape it. And they're like, that's because normally we steep these things for a month, 3 months, 6 months before we actually ship them out. But because we're closing out, we legit shipped everything we had in the warehouse and kept making them up as people were placing their final orders. And you're just going to have to wait. There's just no way of getting around it. So cool. All right. So that wraps up our beautiful flavor explosion for today. Normally this is the part where we sit here and talk about, what are we vaping on? I've been complaining about this J&R disposable, how it's such a wonderful idea, because when you buy this setup that's disposable, and it comes with 2 bottles of liquid so that you can, refill this when it's empty. Like, this one's half empty. You could technically refill this thing, but I'm not wasting the liquid because it doesn't work. It's not supposed to do that. When it works, it actually lights up the whole thing, just like when you reconnect it. The worst disposable ever invented. Probably not ever invented. I like the idea behind it, but the problem is they have a seal that goes from here. There's a little rubber seal there that goes to the actual sensor on the mod right there. And if that doesn't give it a good seal, then when you go to suck on it, it doesn't work. That or the battery's too weak to fire it. I don't know. I fully charged this thing and it doesn't work. Then they also have a top on here that you can close, and that's supposed to seal off the liquid from going into there. And I found playing with this sometimes gets it to work. But it just sucks because it doesn't work. It's the least reliable vape, and if you ever want to go back to smoking, that's what you do. You get a vape that doesn't work all the time. Which is ironic because they also sell these things that are just gorgeous. They remind me of the Zippos that I used to buy all the time. They have all different designs and patterns on them. 60,000 puffs. Got my wife 7 days of use on them. No problem. And this one's at 0% and still works flawlessly. This one still has a little bit of juice left in it. And it works great on here. This is strawberry kiwi ice. But the ice isn't overwhelming like it is on a lot of these vapes. Just did the review on this one. Literally tore this thing open. This is the world's first motor auto wicking system inside of a vape. The entire top of this is filled with liquid when it's brand new, like this one. And there's a pump actuation in here when this coil gets to, I think there's some temperature control going on the circuit board. When the resistance changes to a certain thing, then that actuates the solenoid in the bottom of this to actuate the pump to refill that wick. Like right there, it just clicked in and then it just released. To refresh the coil and the wick that's there. Delicious iced coffee. It's not icy. It's just a beautiful coffee that doesn't taste burnt like a lot of the DIY coffee formulations taste like. Just a hint of cream and mouthfeel. Well, it's going to be a delicious vape on my Caribbean cruise. I keep showing off this one. This one was sent to me by Sourcemore. This is the Geek Vape Z Nano mouth to lung tank filled with our DIY key lime pie. This is a very restricted direct lung mouth to lung tank. Awesome vape experience. And these coils have lasted me 3 tanks of liquid already. Really, really impressed with that. Here's our retro vape from last week. This was, who made this one? This was Uemir made this mod. You could barely see the screen on there. It's a gorgeous screen, but it's way too dark. And it's worked flawlessly with the Uemir bulk tank from Fagan. Freaking delicious. Here's the Bigfoot Nano tank, another mouth to lung, a direct to lung. This is this was the actual modern tank I used to quit smoking using candy cane liquid. Burn through the candy cane, change the coils, put this liquid back in it.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Hits, Alex, have you seen the vape that fits in Zippo shell? Bogan did a review. Zippo gave them the okay to do it. That is all.
No, I have not. I did have, there was Aspire made a flask vape the one time. Legit looked like a typical alcohol flask. And I did have an actual vape that looked like a Zippo and functioned like a Zippo, had a cap on it. I'll have to pull that out when we get back from our cruise. Put that in as our retro vape. I don't have any more coils to go inside there, but it is still, it looks just like a Zippo. Like a little copper Zippo, same size and all. And then you fill the bottom of the tank, just like you fill the bottom of your Zippo with lighter fluid. You could fill the bottom of the tank with e-liquid. And it was a beautiful little vape about the size of your Zippo. I'll have to watch this video. Cool. Love the idea of it. Does it take B coils? No, this Bigfoot Murder Kit takes Sigeli mesh coils. 0.2 ohm mesh coils from Sigeli. So, you know, Sigeli manufactured the Bigfoot Murder Kit. And that was for the Wake Mod Co. I have a rebuildable from Wake Mod Co. We could do on as a retro vape one of these days, too. And then the Squonk Mod. Let me not forget about the Squonk Mod. I still need to get that video uploaded. Where did I put it? There, the Republic. With the recoil. R3 on top. Beautiful Squonk Mod. And I saw a lot of people complaining about Grim Green's previous Squonk Mod that he had having board issues. This thing has been flawless. That's our Mango Sunrise on there. Beautiful, delicious, sweet flavor. And when I get the review published on there, you'll see a single coil on there does way better than a dual coil for me. I think the dual coil is too restrictive on the airflow. You put a single coil inside there, and you get the perfect blend of airflow and taste and satisfaction. It isn't quite as concentrated as it is with the dual coils, but for me, the airflow is more important than the flavor. I can take the flavor being 80% of what it can be with dual coils if I get the right amount of airflow so that I can just do a direct to lung. Awesome. Love it. Works great. And then I also have the Hyperion here. That is filled with our pumpkin cannoli, as all these things on my desk just keep falling over. There's the Hyperion V2, and that's filled with the pumpkin cannoli that we mixed up back in October 15th. So for those people out there that love your mech mods, I totally get it now. I totally get it. The original mech mod that I originally bought for myself was an 18650 bottom-fired mech mod, and it was always inconsistent. I could legit feel a difference every time I hit it, that the battery was slowly dying. And that's why I never got into mech mods. But now that I've had the clutch for mic vapes, and now that I've got this Hyperion, I totally get why some of you out there are mech mods, and that's all you want. It's like mech mod or die. At my desk, it's a staple, but I don't think I'd want to walk around with a mech mod, constantly having a drip on it. It's too inconvenient, too much work. Not when, you get the simplicity of like it's disposable. You just pick it up and drag on it and you keep going. You don't have to work for it. It just works till it dies. Then you get a different one and replace it. I see why they're so popular. I can't argue with that fact. So, like my wife insists on actually the leads. I cut mine to 7 with a single coil. And I go put a 4mm coil in there, and that's the je ne sais quoi. 3mm works at 7mm lead lengths, but put a 4mm coil in there with the 7mm lead length, and it is perfect. The airflow has a actual ability to converge at the center of your coil to make sure it stays cool, and then that works from both sides, and it's just a fantastic vape. And I don't even have the reducer that Grim is selling to use it as a single coil. I think that he needs to angle those more inward, those snake bite airflows, so that it actually keeps the center of your coil cool. Because when I use it on here as a dual coil, there's like a space in the middle that it heats up the coil, which is great for crackle if you really want crackle in your coils. But I don't like pushing mine that hard. I don't like the occasional spit back of that super hot liquid crackling off your coils. But other than that, we really love it. It's fantastic. So let me roll the bumper and take a look at your hand checks you guys have out there. And we'll get that posted. That's if paint actually opens up.
Attention everyone. According to Happy Hippie 2005, the Oxa V Prime with the Alexa 6 RBA is a great on-the-go vape. Auto draw is weird on a rebuildable. That is all.
Hot diggity dog diggity. Everything seems to be working since the computer was rebooted again. All right, so here we go. Cheryl Demers submitted this one. She's got a caramel cappuccino butter e-liquid, and it looks like she's got the Dove Po Odin, which I have here on my desk somewhere. There's the Dove Po Odin with the Arbiter on top. Awesome. Buttercream. Awesome. Delicious, delicious. And there's their beautiful squonking. Is that the, what is this? The profile squonk mod that you have it on? No, the top looks a little different. This is really cool because this was a profile. This could be either a dual battery mod or, I don't know where the tank is. You can swap out one of these batteries for a squonk bottle, and it could be a single battery squonk mod. There's the profile. No, that's the Guar. The Guar. That's our retro vape for today. I'm going to open up. Finally get a chance to take a look at that beautiful C-frame mod. Fantastic. Love it. Darren D, here's his beautiful setup. It's the SX Mini. Look at that. And he's got all his DIY liquids back there, flavors. And he's hiding in the corner. Look at all these little pod mod setups he's got. That's the Guar 21. Yeah, that's what we're going to take a look at and open up today. And Darren D picked up this beautiful little storage tin. He's got these little 10 ml bottles on here, little drawers. My wife has one of these ones for all her hair stuff in the bathroom. But it's a great way for you to store your flavorings. Got a nice little organizer on the top. Yeah, that looks like her hair salon cart. Nick 420 Kid has a beautiful setup here. Voorhees Customs. Look at that. Wow. That's an awesome looking mod. Very nice. That the blotto on top. Ooh, very nice. And what is that tank? I don't recognize that logo there. That's new to me. Very, very nice. Infinite Mods. Luma RDA. Cool. Nice little storage container for your drip tips, your adapters. And the dripper. Ooh, that's a nice pattern on the bottom of that. Copper 510 pin. Beautiful. Osiris. That's gorgeous. Look at that. That handcrafted look. And there's the Luna. Very, very nice. All right. For some reason, the music wasn't playing. Some things are out of sync since I had to restart the computer. So like it doesn't know that we're live. I think that's what it boils down to. Cool. Robert Lawyer has his beautiful setups for the week. We've got 3 different setups here. We got pancake maple cream, butterscotch cream pie, and a vanilla cream. That's a dilemma, Lost Vape Dilemma. What's that on top of it? Is that the Osiris? V-God. One of these days I'm going to pick one of those up. I always thought that was kind of gaudy, the way that they put the name big, huge, massive plastered across the side. German 103 team with their stainless steel rope wicking. Works fantastic. Got to be careful. Some of the sites with the crazy low prices are fake sites. Yep. Always buy from a reliable vendor that you've dealt with before or somebody's dealt with before. Saga. The Saga Mod Mini. 18650 battery. William Dobson has got a beautiful another setup for vape mail. Love it. And there's another Guar 21. Okay, what tank is that on top of there? I don't recognize it. Is William in the audience right now? What tank you got on top of there? Eclipse Dual. Ooh. Very interesting. That's not a tank I've had before. I love it when you go clean every week, having to put your stuff out and clean it all out, change the coils and the wicking in it, tear them all down. Very, very nice. Awesome. Join the Discord server. Links in the description of the video. Please feel free to join. You can upload your hand checks, your dad jokes, your pet pics. Join the community and have conversations. Drop your daily thoughts into the, just chatting dailies thing. Or if you see some vape news you want me to report on for the show, drop it in the news section. And it's a great community. It's small, but, we're all out there looking out for each other. If you need anything, we'll be happy to help out. If you need me to send you something, keep you from going back to smoking, we'll figure something out. That's simple. All right. Since we've wrapped that stuff up for today, I guess it's time to roll the bumper for the dad jokes and see what you guys uploaded in the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Voters, first floor. Politicians, second floor. So the politicians can keep shitting on the voters as usual. Nice outhouse. Never an idea I would have come up with. And there's my Lucy girl hanging out on the sofa. I was upstairs working on the last video I uploaded. I came downstairs and that's where I caught her. She literally crawled in underneath that pillow and just had a nice little nap. Books are so cool because they're the only things you can frickin' read without ads in them nowadays. If it pleases the crown, might I keep the water the clouds hath given me? This is the crazy world we live in, folks. You actually have to get permission to store the water that rained upon your house. Why men are not allowed to take messages? Someone from gynecologists called. They said Pabst beer is normal. I didn't even know you liked beer, honey. Now, come on. They ain't that dumb. We know better than that. A 50,000 square foot Temu warehouse in China went up in flames. The total loss of inventory has been estimated to be as high as $57.61. Ain't that the truth? You know what's getting really bad at that is Amazon. I got sent this link from Amazon the other day because I haven't bought anything from there for a while, other than stuff I got for the cruise, like sweatshirts and stuff like that. And they got this penny page. You could order all kinds of ridiculous trinkets for like a penny a piece. I mean, what? Why do I need this garbage in my house? My house is, looking like a hoarder already sometimes. It's called a joke. It's called a joke. We used to tell them before, people became offended by everything for no reason. Me writing the date for the next 3 months. 2025. Nope. 26. Everywhere I look on Twitter today, something keeps reminding me of Sydney Sweeney. I don't know why. Maybe. Mallory, I think, uploaded this one. Recipes for chicken gravy, beef gravy, white gravy, and mashed potato gravy. Like, we actually have a food section on the Discord server, and you can share your beautiful recipes. I need to get my meatloaf recipe up there. Kenny's been asking for that for quite some time. And get that over to him. Beef gravy, 3 cups roast drippings from cooked pot roast or beef stock, a 1/4 cup of all-purpose flour, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/4 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper, and you're good to go. Awesome. Strawberry, regular, and chocolate cow. This is your Neapolitan cow. Because that's where that stuff comes from. I don't think the strawberries are the right color, though. I have a diploma, therefore I am educated. I passed the test, therefore I am smart. The academic. Meanwhile, Mark Twain says, school creates employees. Curiosity creates masters. A grade is just a measure of how well you can obey instructions. Do not confuse memorizing the map with knowing the territory. OBS disconnecting, reconnecting. I'm writing a book about drinking beer. This is my 6th draft, and I don't think I'm getting anywhere. I'll be back with my 7th draft in about an hour. Why do fish live in salt water? 'Cause peppers make them sneeze. Listen, that was the hardest thing when we had goldfish, was having to make sure that the water was exactly right for the fish, that we didn't kill it.
Attention
Because
everyone.
even the chlorine in your water will kill a fish.
According to Neil Pitts, how now Neapolitan cow. That is all.
Yeah, baby. Man with dementia wins $1.2 million jackpot after confusing slot machine for a Dr. Pepper vending machine. That's going to be my luck. When Alzheimer's finally takes over and I can't remember my name, I'm going to do the exact same thing. Never be able to spend $1 of it. Not that it's not going to get spent, but I won't be the ones deciding what it gets spent on. He's not a beast of the apocalypse. He's an emotional support hellhound with separation anxiety. You gonna mess with him? I'm not. The Pentagon announced today the formation of a new elite fighting group called the USRSF, U.S. Redneck Special Forces. These boys will be dropped off in Iran with the facts about the terrorists. The season opening day is today. There's no bag limit. You don't lock beer, trucks, country music, or Jesus. So have at them. And they taste like chicken if you're hungry. And they are directly responsible for the death of Dale Earnhardt. We have facts to show that he caused him to crash and die. The Pentagon currently expects the situation to be over within the next week. Don't mess with a bunch of rednecks. I know because my brother's one of them. Archaeologists uncover 2,000-year-old battle trumpet, possibly connected to the legendary Queen Budisa. What? That's a trumpet? You say so. I have literally waited my entire lifetime to see this. The cow jumped over the moon? What? Don't see it there, but I see it there on that thing. Are you okay, babe? You've barely touched your star strudel. Listen, if somebody brought me that, I'm not sure I could eat it. Who am I kidding? I'll be gone in 10 minutes. My toddler was about to hit her head on the bar at the playground, so I told her to duck, and she quacked at me and then hit her head anyway. Ain't that the truth? No matter what you do to try and protect your kids, they're going to do what they're going to do. When you make the mistake of letting him pick up one piece of furniture for the house, this is what he came home with. What? I think it's pretty cool. I think that is cool. Oh, yeah. No wonder my wife doesn't let me buy anything. In case you've ever wondered why women get so frustrated with our clothing sizes, every pair of jeans is size 12. Well, I see your point. I ain't never had a problem. If I needed a 42, I ordered a 42. If I needed a 38, I ordered a 38. Why you guys keep buying stuff if it don't fit? I attack when my owner orders me. I attack when my owner's in danger. I just attack my owner. Fuck them. He's my master. They're my servant. Breaking news. Cheese factory in France exploded. There's debris everywhere. We've seen this one a couple times already. You guys out there really like that. What will your dogs think of that couch, Alex? They wouldn't care. Maggie would probably slap the shit out of it. Little narcissist shit stain. 7 things to tell your child today. I love you. I support you. I'm listening. The Packers are the best team in the NFL. I'm here for you, and you matter. What is it with this football shit inside this thing with your kids? It was going so good. Packers. Green Bay. Middle age, where you have to take pictures of instructions, so you can blow them up and see them. I remember the days when we used to get instructions and I would just pitch them. One too many IKEA projects taught me that's a bad idea. I pity the tool. Mr. T would love this little meme. Oh, she needs dripped. That was not good. Try again. Delicious. Florida using its margarita salt on the roads today. Why are you wasting the salt on the roads? Just sit home, throw a movie on, and, enjoy your margarita salt the right way. Finally had a chance to watch Starfleet Academy. Man, I think it's the fantastic, best evolution of Star Trek ever. The first mistake that they didn't make was picking a lead character that was uninteresting. So Holly Hunter was the perfect choice to be the chancellor of Starfleet Academy. And I like the storyline. A little fantastical, but they've done that before. I mean, there's been episodes of Star Trek where there were musicals. what makes you think that, the first 2 episodes of Starfleet Academy are not Starfleet worthy? It was shocking when I took a look at the INR database or whatever, IMDb database, and how many people thought it was a 1-star rated show. Like, what? Are you nuts? Are you living such a sheltered life? That, like, I was really shocked because I hate, TikToks and shorts and all this other stuff. I like something that challenges my imagination. Like, the whole time I was watching this, I'm like, is that scientifically plausible for them to do things the way they did? And for this to be 500 years in the future? Is this something that, I could see being an evolution? And I was impressed, man. There was constantly something going on in there to keep me stimulated and keep me interested. Like, if you're one of those people that sit there and watch TV with your TikTok scrolling, shame on you. You can't possibly enjoy this show. There's too much going on for you. You're going to miss. But for those of us out there that are old school and we loved Star Trek right from the original episode that, we broke our virginity on, it's a fantastic evolution of Star Trek, and it's taking a delve into a realm that, you knew existed out there. And the way that they're doing it is just... It's everything that embodies the whole ideology behind what the future's potential is. So I'm really happy for it. Looking forward to the next episode. AI-powered bear taken off the market after it tells kids where to find knives. Yeah, that'll be the next thing they ban.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, we go cell phones from Star Trek. That is all.
Yep. We got the flip phone idea from Star Trek. The original communicator. Matter of fact, I used to have an app on my phone that you could, flick your phone and it would make the sound of a communicator opening up like the original series communicators used to do. Like, I was surprised, the comm badge. When are we going to see the comm badge? Like, you don't really need a cell phone now that it, like, listens to you talk and AI is incorporated in every bloody thing in the world. Like, why can't we just have a comm badge? Like, I understand, you're not going to be able to Google stuff with a comm badge, but, there's times like when you're walking through the grocery store or whatever, somebody wants to call you. I mean, talk on it. You can't expect privacy. Not in the modern world. All your stuff's always being listened to. I don't know. I've always been a disenfranchised idealist because all the things I was promised as a kid never have come to fruition. None of it. Octopus deliberately thrown shells at each other. Researchers found that 66% of throws were made by females, often in response to mating attempts by the male. For a creature with no thumbs or rotator cuffs, they had a 17% hit rate. Well, it's pretty good considering it's in the ocean. How to dress for cold weather. Put pajamas back on and get back into bed. Well, that's great, but I ain't doing that on Saturday or Sunday. We haven't figured out when we're leaving. We still have our hotel room. We haven't canceled that for Saturday night because there's this storm front that's supposed to be coming through Saturday into Sunday. Closely monitor the timing of that. If it's actually going to be snowing Sunday afternoon, we can leave Sunday morning to drive to Maryland. It's only a 4-hour drive. But if it looks like the weather's going to be really clunky, we'll leave Saturday and spend the night in a hotel in Maryland just to make sure we're not going to miss our boat. Been looking forward to this thing for a year. And I really need the break, I'll tell you that much. Especially with fighting with this computer the last 2 days. A little crashing last week, crashing this week, for no reason whatsoever. Hey, beautiful toilet has been designed for those that have joint Facebook accounts still. Like to do everything together. You get a bit depressed as these days you still have to use door handles instead of the door just opening by itself. Listen, I wonder if that's where the sliding doors that open at your mall came from. Was that originally a Star Trek idea that somebody says, hey man, why don't we do that to commercial buildings? We get a lot of people walking in and out. You gotta wonder. Meanwhile, this is definitely gonna piss some people off. You know, the Starfleet Academy spaceship kind of looks like that. Think about it. Go look at the show and tell me that this ship does not look like the ship that landed in San Francisco to open up Starfleet Academy. I know it's a meld, an amalgamation of Star Wars and Star Trek together. That's the Millennium Falcon dressed up as a Starfleet Enterprise vessel. Meanwhile, the most dangerous drug of them all, alcohol. The legal drug destroying families for thousands of years. It's true. Nobody has a problem with you consuming alcohol. Not one bit. I could take this beautiful chocolate cherry flavored whiskey, pop the cork, pour me another shot, and no chance of demonetization for this. Cheers. %17 alcohol. You can definitely taste the alcohol in it, but you can't get away from that beautiful chocolate, creamy, cherry mouthfeel. Wow, delicious. You know, everybody appreciates your honesty until you're honest with them. Then all of a sudden you become the biggest asshole they ever met. George Carlin was right. It's also why we don't get offended by people. The stuff that we grew up with, people knew how to laugh, joke, you know, brush things off. Nobody got offended by it. Nobody took it personally. Robert's like, my advice would be leave a day early. You can never be too early, but it's easy to be too late. Yeah, it does sound like a great idea for a vape juice. Chocolate cherry whiskey. I've got some flavors, bourbon flavor here. Put some double chocolate with that. Some dairy milk. Some whipped cream. We can have an awesome vape. Tastes just like it. Maybe we'll give that a shot. Shrinkflation. Welcome to the world of 2026 where shrinkflation is a reality. You're like, but the price is the same. I don't understand what you mean, shrinkflation. Look at the price per ounce. It's gone up because they give you less and charge you the same. Sad reality is most things, actually, they increase the price and decrease the product that you're being sold. Look at a bag of chips nowadays. You know? Bags of chips, you know, family size, party size chips used to be like this big. Now you buy a party size bag of Lay's chips, it's like this big, and half the bag is still air. Like, you could take a potato, a baking potato, and fry that up in the chips at your house, crisps as they call them in the UK, and you would have more chips than will come in that bag of Lay's that cost you $7. Drives me insane. Greed of corporations nowadays. New dog for Christmas. What do you think we should call him? Prick? Dick? What do you want to call him? Big, shaggy, fluffy poochie. That's what he is. And the chips are all smashed. Nah, man, I don't know what they're doing with the modern Lay's potato chip, but they're like ultra super crisp. They do not get stale. You open that bag up, you leave it on the counter for a week, you come back. That chip is just as crisp as if you were to eat one right when you first open the bag. I have no idea what kind of chemical compounds they're spraying these chips with, but they don't get stale like the old chips used to. The old chips, you put them out on a hot summer day on a picnic, and within an hour, they already had stale taste to them, just from the humidity in the air. I got fired from my job because I kept asking my customers whether they prefer smoking or non-smoking. Apparently, the correct terms I was supposed to use were cremation or burial. But you know, it was a nice job at the funeral center for a day till they fired me. How many of you out there are this old? We used to walk by the teacher's desk trying to find your name so that, you know, you could see what your grade was while you were asking them for help that you really didn't need because you were just more curious about what your actual grade was. Back before computers. Back when everything had to be tallied up and kept track of. And how many of y'all remember the Scholastic little magazines that they would give you in school, and you could order books from Scholastic? I was always so excited to circle a whole bunch of the books that were in here, damn well knowing that when I handed that to my mom, she would be like, "No, you get to pick one. I'll pick one, and I'll order that one book for you." And then you're like all excited because you're expecting this book to be beautiful, and you get the thing and like it's not even as thick as your standard magazines back in the day. Oh, just like 6 pages. So disappointing. Welcome to the winter parking lot at Walmart. You know, where the spots are made up and lines don't exist or matter. Nobody cared. And some people were dicks and it would block you in. For no reason. Knowing all well that you couldn't get out. You were stuck. How about this? How many of y'all remember these? I remember when I worked at the hospital for the paramedic unit, you know, we used to have these things that, you know, you'd have to reply, like human resources would send something down to you, asking you to fill out a form or something you forgot to sign when your onboarding process, or, you know, you were electing your new healthcare package, and then you would fill out the form and throw it in this thing, and, you know, they would do interdepartmental mail. They would drop that off at HR, and then they would reuse it and write a new line to the next time they got sent to somebody. Life was so simple back in the day. All right, here's a question for you. How many of you guys remember this TV show? It was only on TV for 1 year. And I'll even let you in on the fact that it originally aired in 1982. Do you know what show this was, or what the name of it is? Or what they did on the show? I'll give you a hint. If you guys have watched Quantum Leap, either the original show or the remake that's been on Netflix for the last couple months, it's kind of the same theme as indicated by the green light or the red light. Can you guess what the name of the show is? The answer is Voyagers. Voyagers. There's this boy and this dude that were time travelers, you know, going back in time, making things right. And when they got there, it was red. And they would go through the storyline of figuring out what was wrong, and they would correct the situation. And once they corrected the situation, then the Voyager would turn green, and they would leap to the next situation for the next episode. Only aired from 1982 to 1983. And the name of the show was called Voyagers. Quit smoking and save some money, they said. Listen, I ain't never going to get that bad. I mean, I do have a vape studio, and I do have that many mods, tanks, and liquids, plus my flavorings, but I ain't sleeping with them. Although my wife sleeps with her disposable. I can't tell you how many times I rolled over in the middle of the night and got a nice disposable chunk sticking in my rib. The guy must be very small. Yeah, or he's got a couple ex-wives already. Learned his lesson. Or the wife's on the couch. Nah. Meanwhile, there's me getting ready for the cruise. To go and relax. And realizing all the while, because of how big the boat is, that I expect to be doing about 24,000 steps a day. Kind of like I did back in boot camp after high school that summer. Great Lakes Naval Training Center, Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, that'll be me. My feet are going to hurt. They're going to hurt like the dickens. I'll probably get sunburnt, but it's going to be so worth it. Change of pace. Get away from work. Get away from the studio. Get away from YouTube. Plenty of sunscreen, Alex. Use plenty of sunscreen. That's the one thing we haven't packed into our suitcase. That's a good idea. Better get some of that. Well, some of the science I've read about sunscreens lately really has me wondering, do I really want to put that shit on my skin? I've already been poisoned my entire adult life by chemicals they hid from us that were bad. I know I'm going to be out in the sun, and I'm going to get some vitamin D, and I'm going to be a lot better mood and feel a lot healthier when I come back. And it's probably going to be because of all the walking we're going to do, too. Folks, I'm no expert, but Kleenex might want to rethink the design on their tissues. That might not be the best look that you're going for, to protect the kids. And for those in the UK, I feel bad for you. Everybody loves to make fun of Trump and how he wants to take over Greenland because he's trying to distract you from what he's actually doing to Iran right now. But, here's a beautiful meme for those of you in the UK. I heard that Keir Starmer is going to be forcing UK homeowners to install wheelchair access, for the disabled burglars in this new legislation. We want to give them equal opportunity to break into your home. And that's going to force you to install the wheelchair ramp for them to do that. And this isn't a very good depiction because, yes, I know that they have a gun here, but that's unrealistic for the UK. This guy should be wielding a knife, a big Bowie knife or something, which is clearly already illegal in the UK. William Dobson's like, yep, sounds about right. You hit the nail on the head. Good job. Me preparing for Valentine's Day. I hope you know what I mean. Talking to you is like having to slap an old TV a few times just to get a picture. See, we used to be able to tell people the truth. Nobody would get offended by it. We'd all snicker and laugh and go, yeah, you're right, little bastard. I no longer craziest leader in the world. Prove me wrong. Rocket Man. Hard to believe, folks. Hard to believe. Back in the day, there was a time when this is all we needed to be happy. We would have the fantastic life if we had this set up in the basement. We can go down, play on our Atari, have our little lava lamp in the corner, with the wood paneling everywhere and big comfy couch. Life was grand. Now you can do all that on your cell phone. Here's a beautiful little snippet of a book titled Spells, Charms, and Incantations. And I kind of liked how it said, you may fascinate a woman by giving her a piece of cheese. What? Were we really that disparaging to women that we thought all it took to entertain them was a piece of cheese? What's bad is world leader Arduma's shift to what their country really needs. For fuck's sake, Janice, just listen to me. People don't know they're being poisoned, brainwashed, and enslaved. Because they're being poisoned, brainwashed, and enslaved. Oh, and by the way, Firestone called and wanted a recipe for your chicken because it tastes like rubber. Meanwhile, the fact of the matter is, fuck AI, 30,000 to lose jobs as Circuit City folds and another, major retail chain declaring bankruptcy. Congratulations. And this is not new news. Day after day, week after week, you see little snippets of stories here or there. 20,000 people lose their job here. 30,000 people lose their jobs there. 10,000 people lose their jobs there. Brand new AI center being built across the river down the road from you is going to hire 50 people to house the data center that is currently drove the price of memory 1,000% higher than what it was 6 months ago when they didn't know that they were going to be building AI centers. And yes, Best Buy is in massive trouble right now, too. And what people do not understand, because they have the lack of forethought to understand the current situation, people are like, oh, just the memory going up in price. What are you so worried about? Well, the problem is, because all the data centers are sucking up and hoovering up the memory chips that are being manufactured, because we only have 2 plants in the world that manufacture the silica that's used to make memory chips and circuit boards. The data centers are hoovering up the memory for these AI supercomputers and for the massive graphics cards that are designed with massive video memory for these AI data centers. You've just killed off all of the consumer electronics market, period. Like, NVIDIA's already announced the end of manufacture for the 5070 Ti and the 5090 and the 5080 because, well, they need those memory chips for their GP200 AI video cards to do the AI calculations. So there goes the entire consumer computer market and all the companies that manufacture parts and motherboards and hard drives and everything else for those things, because you're literally going to have to buy your computing needs from a place that's going to lease it to you based upon your necessity. Like people are doing for web servers and stuff now. Well, your home computers are going to be a thing of the past too. And there goes the industry that sells all these wonderful technological pieces of wizardry to the consumers, all because memory is no longer going to be accessible to you. Like you're taking for granted the fact that you can buy cell phones that have a terabyte of memory installed in them. And kiss that goodbye. Your cell phones for the next 3 to 5 years are probably going to be coming out with half or a fourth of the memory that you used to have. And once again, you will be seeing micro SD card slots for those people you need the intense storage capacity on your cell phones. But they will not come default with 512 gigabytes of storage or a terabyte of storage. Like you're going to be lucky to see 32 gigs of storage on your thing, and you can throw in a 512 gigabyte micro SD card because of AI that nobody's using. It's everywhere. It's on our computers. It's in Alexa. It's in everything. But how often do you use it? Do you actually ask her what the weather's going to be, or do you still Google it? Like I wanted to plan to replace this computer this year, but see, for me to put in 128 gigabytes of memory onto my computer would have cost me about $600 a year ago. Now, in order for me to put 32 gigabytes of memory in this thing, it's in excess of $800 for just 32 gigabytes. This computer has 128 gig of DDR4 right now. I could probably sell that to finance the new computer. But there's no guarantee that that's going to work as expected too. Not if AI is actually controlling what's happening on your computer. Anyway, we've got some wind chimes, except they're not actually wind chimes. They're hot dog chimes. You know, the soothing sound of meat when the wind blows. What do you think? They ain't gonna last. Wildlife would be down there lickety-split, pulling that meat off of that wind chime. Plus, beating hot dogs together doesn't make any sound. There's no resonant frequency to a hot dog. All right, how many of you know what this is? I'm not even going to ask how many of you have one. How many of you know what it is? Mallory Gates. Do any of you have access to one? I do. It's my mom's tool shed. It's how they used to harvest the wheat, cut the fields before they had lawnmowers and tractors. Remember the good old days before YouTube existed when Bob Saget told us what videos were funny? We would laugh at all the cat videos, the pet videos. Just one more thing. Why is there no long-term safety data on the cumulative effects of having multiple vaccines? Huh? Anybody? How do they know it's safe and effective? How do they know it's appropriate for the protection of public health when drug companies aren't required to do long-term longitudinal studies like they want for our vapes? Double standards, FDA? I think so. My 8-year-old niece wanted to watch Aliens last night. I found this on the living room floor in the morning. I'm wondering whether she's starting to get involved in sadomasochistic thinking. It's not good. Thought they were protecting the children. All right, folks, how many of you have used Nestle Quick chocolate milk that came from a metal can? And I know, yes, it had to be as a child. You couldn't possibly have done this anytime in the 80s because everything was in plastic containers already by then. I remember when I was a kid, Mom had this, the metal tin one you had to pop open. That was the best thing ever. Or you might have been one of them poor bastards that had malto meal because of the vitamins. It's kind of a funny thing because, you know, you were limited to chocolate to only being something you could have at Christmas or Easter. But somehow, you know, Nestle's Quick put into your glass of milk was perfectly fine. This is for you UK folks out there. How many of you got one of these in your drawer, in your junk drawer? Or for you Americans, you can have the American version of the same thing. The Christmas Story had a whole slew of these things lined up for the Christmas lights. 3-in-1 extension for your plug, for your outlet. William Dobson's like, I'm not going to admit to that. I know exactly how old I am. All right, speaking of being old, how many of you know what this is and how many of you know what's missing from it? Yeah, and they also had a 2-prong and a 3-prong, a ground elimination version of it. William Dobson's right. Those are your record speeds that you could pick for your record player. And 78 is what's missing on there. I've had 33 records. Singles used to be on 45s, and the really old singles used to be on 78. I've never seen a 16-speed record. Maybe I'm too young for them. Even the long plays were on 33. Wow, we have some truth. This was on the evening news. And they're telling the truth. The White House press secretary is whitewashing the public into believing everything that's being done right now is for our interests. It has nothing to do with elitists or corporate benefactors or any of that stuff. It's all being done for you. Donald's looking out for you. Here's a beautiful thing. This is probably going to get the channel banned, but you know, you can't always have some fun without having some fun. So here's some beautiful humor for you. Everything I don't like from this point forward, we're just going to say that it's just like the Nazis used to do. You know, banning our vapes is just like what the Nazis used to do. And the next time my wife's car decides to puke out its antifreeze, I'm going to say that this engine is just like a Nazi. Because, you know, propaganda does work. A fair percentage of the people will just believe the propaganda. Never question anything. Even when you take it to the extreme of calling it a Nazi. Speaking of which, I see nothing. I see nothing. God, life was grand when Hogan's Heroes was the evening entertainment. I see nothing. You know, that was all to make fun of the Germans, right? That whole Bob Hope production, that's all it was about. Meanwhile, some truth in advertising, some truth butter, some reality for you. Here's a picture of what Australia has done and what the UK has done when they banned and confiscated guns. They took it all from law-abiding citizens that were using it to protect themselves, and it did not at all impact the criminals. Not at all. Actually, it made it easier for them to get guns. But you know, we can't possibly tell people the truth. Not in 2026. Just to be clear, this president dropped a bomb every 20 minutes for 8 solid years. You want to talk about how bad the current president is? Let's make sure that we talk facts about all of them. But see, if we did that, you come to realize it doesn't matter whether a Democrat or a Republican. They're still working for the special interest, and they don't care about you. Ever. You know, one guy is definitely not struggling to pay rent, groceries, or their electric bill. This fucker right here. Guarantee you, he's not worried about whether he's going to get his water shut off next month. I guarantee you. But you know, truth butter. Not everybody likes it. How many of y'all remember these? Back when we were youngsters and we all had our little bikes that we used to go riding on to, like, you know, use as our mode of transportation to get to our friend's house. I always used to think it was comical about how quick and easy it was to break the code on these, you know, bike locks. Like, it had so much play inside it when you had it. You could turn the number and you could actually feel it. And then you would turn the next one. And it would take you like 2 minutes to hack this bike chain to get it off and figure out what the code was. Now, once you knew what the code was, I mean, it wasn't reprogrammable. Whatever that code was when you bought it, that's what it was. So, like, you knew what your friend's bike code was all the time. And how many used to mess with your friends by taking their bike and moving it to the next bike rack? You know, just to mess with them. Think they got their shit stolen. Thing was, people thought it was funny back in the day. Just messing with you, busting balls. Used to be a normal thing to do. And for those of you that had those beautiful 2-prong to 3-prong adapters or the beautiful splitters, how many of you remember these? Or the American equivalent? You would screw into a light socket so you could have a local plug to plug stuff in. It was great for Christmas lights. put it on the porch lot, and, you know, you could plug your Christmas lights into it, and you just turn them on and off with your porch light. Or you could swap the lock set with the friend that had the same color. That's a nice idea. I never tried that one. We could have done that. That would have been cool. They come out. 747? What do you mean it doesn't work? That's my bike. Why does it not unlock? Still have the light adapter plug. Yep. I do too. Not using them anymore though. I got a new terminology for us. You know, we're always called influencers on YouTube and whatnot. I think that we should acknowledge the one person on every block in the world that are binfluencers. This is the person who puts out the bin on the right night every single time. Letting everybody else on the entire street know it's actually bin night. You got to get your bin out to the curb. Binfluencer. Let's put that up for a beautiful nomination in your local dictionary. This restaurant's guide on steaks. Notice a very red center that is still raw, where only the outside is cooked. Rare means rare. Medium rare means juicy. A pinkish red center that has begun to cook, but is still succulent and moist. Medium is still pink because the center is cooking and has started to cook a little bit. And then medium well, the center has just lost its pinkness, and when you let it sit on your plate, as soon as you get it, you cut it open. If you're not actually patient enough to wait for the juices to be reincorporated into the strands of muscle tissue, if you cut that right open, when you first cut it, it will not be pink. But if you have a conversation and go back to eating a minute later, the center will become pink again. That's the perfect medium well for your steak. Well done, on the other hand, is a burnt offering. You've essentially destroyed a piece of nature, and the chef hates you, but will cook it to that extent if that's what you so wish. That is the level of doneness my daughter always wanted her steaks. A good vet should be able to get the cow moving again. Yes. Like, just warm it up. You don't even actually have to cook the outside of it. Just warm it up. I couldn't understand how she could eat it like that. It was usually tougher than when it's medium or medium well. I posted this for Martin Luther King Day in honor of his beautiful contributions to society. I figured this was relevant in the modern times of 2026, when all of our rights are slowly being whittled away from us. All of our options for a less harmful alternative to cigarette smoking are slowly being criminalized. I have a dream that one day people will not judge me for vaping. Yes, sir. That's me right there. This is Hunky Vape. Hello and welcome. Tell me the exciting news, Mama. Tell me the exciting news. We go on Sunday morning instead of Saturday? Is that the exciting news? Louisiana preparing for the cold winter, using king cane sugar on the roads instead of salt. It works. No. Seriously? Are you fucking with me? We got a balcony room upgrade? No way. Ha! Fantastic. Awesome. This is getting better and better. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is going to be fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn. And it's midship. Oh, that's glorious. I really don't care because I don't get seasick. But this is definitely going to make you feel better. Oh, we already got a couple super chats today. Now I understand why you've been so cheap lately. You're hoarding the money because you planned this upgrade from a long time ago. No wonder you didn't want me to buy that DJI Osmo cam. You wanted that to go towards a balcony room instead of interior room. But yes, I am very excited, Mama. Very, very excited. Thank you very much for the wonderful upgrade. We are going to have a fantastic time, and my computer's still rejecting to follow commands. Oh, refresh. Let's try it again. Thank you, Mama. Love it, love it, love it. I'll be sure to take plenty of pictures for you guys and bring them back and show them off on the next episode. Matter of fact, maybe I'll even set up the camera to do one of those long, slow shots, the time delay ones, and I'll set it up on the balcony because I got a beautiful tripod stand, and we'll be able to get you guys the intro for the show. You guys can partake in watching the ocean go by. Do any curse cabins have balconies? I don't know. Oh, just like when you gamble. Don't want to know what the price is. Just give me the damn thing. Do a live on the balcony. Do a live on the balcony. We might be able to. It all depends on how the Wi-Fi is in that particular room. Different parts of the ship have different strengths of signal. Like the smoking area always had good Wi-Fi, but if the balcony does, I'll do a live from there. We'll do a short live. You guys get to see the stuff. Remember when our cars were more comfortable than our couches in the living room? And Ricardo Montalban, we used to advertise the cars on TV. That's true, man. That's exactly what the cars used to be looking like on the inside. The interiors of them were more plush than our living rooms were. They were covered in grandma's plastic bags. That car is the boss. Yes, sir. True comfort. Can you vape and drink coffee on the balcony? Hell yeah. Who's going to catch you? Nobody's going to see it. Oh, fuck must be earned. It can't just walk around with buckets of fuck handing them out for free. If I feel you've earned it, I will give a fuck. Otherwise, you can fuck off. Truth butter. George Carlin would be so proud. This is Bob. Bob has no arms. Knock, knock. Who is it? It ain't Bob. He ain't got any arms. Like, I got a sound effect for that. I should have played that sound effect. That's not working. That wasn't Bob. He has no arms. And that wraps up our dad jokes. Holy cow, did that fly right by. Wow. 2 hours and 45 minutes in, post restarting of the computer for the show. And we've completed our dad joke section for the week. Amazing. And I got a surprise from my wife. We've got an upgrade to a balcony room, and it's midship, so she's not going to be seasick and puking. I cannot wait for this cruise to get started. I am so excited. Makes me wonder why we never went cruising like years ago. Like, I mean, there was plenty of times we went camping and it was like, how is this relaxing? We come up to camp, we got to cut the grass, we got to run the weed whacker. Even though we had a full camp that was pretty much all set up, you still have to get the awning out. You still got to cook by the fire every day. And it was nice to get in the fresh air and just chill. Well, I swear to God, we spent half of the time actually working at camp. Now when you go on a cruise, there is nothing to do. It's work. You want to go and watch a show? You go watch a show. You want to go drink? You go drink. You're hungry? Go eat. There's always food available all day and pretty much most of the night, including fresh pizza. You get to watch them and make it, and they'll make it to your specification. If you want to have, a little green pepper on in your pepperoni pizza, so be it. They'll throw it on there. You watch them throw it in the oven, and they pull it out, and they slice it up, and there you go. Here's your pizza. Have a nice night. 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, you just walked in from the bar, which is open. Anyway, I'm so looking forward to this cruise for next week. It's going to be wonderful. All right. We're just trucking along here. I don't even know exactly what time it is. 4:30. Kenny's just about now getting out of work. Maybe he'll join us. Maybe he won't. But regardless, it is definitely time for us to do our random recipe and mix up a beautiful e-liquid. Or we could do our retro vape. What do you guys think? What should we do first? Retro vape or a random recipe? Drop it in chat. Retro vape or recipe? 2 for retro vape. Any other takers? Double vote. Retro vape. All righty, roll the bumper. Oh, diggity dog diggity. A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, Vandy Vape released the Guar 21, and Innokin released, not at the same time, the Chroma 217. Yum, yum, yum. These are 2 mods that I've always wanted to have ever since I first laid my eyes on them. The shape and the beautiful color of the Innokin Chroma 217 is always something that has put a twinkle in my eye. And the thing about the Guar 21 that I love the most is the C-frame battery design. So I'm not going to wait a tad longer. I am going to simply pull off of this beautiful cellophane. Chuck that off to the side without a care in the world. And let's see it unboxed. There you go, folks. There's the beautiful black and white design for the Guar 21. A modern USB-C type interface, big, nice, clicky up and down buttons, a beautiful contoured trigger button for you to fire your mod, and the best feature of all, dual 21700 batteries with your obligatory 18650 adapters. Oh. I'm putting those adapters back in the toolbox. Obviously, they included a very cheap, short USB-C charging cable. And in the bottom of the box is a instruction manual that I'm not even going to bother looking at. Because, I mean, let's be real. Most of this stuff all works exactly the same. So, what do we need? Obviously, we need two 21700 batteries that are ready to go. We have nice, tight, spring-loaded batteries that you're going to have to be careful of when you put this in, because I've had plenty of them before. These ones are rounded off nicely. Like a lot of the batteries that I have that have this type of spring-loaded design, they didn't round out this point enough, and you end up ripping the battery wraps. But that doesn't seem to be an issue here. The battery door feels a little chintzier than I'd like it to. It's a plastic design, but I mean, it works. I think that's very nice. I love the feel of it. You know, my big fat palms have got a pretty nice grip to it, and this is nice and wide. I can see like some of the female hands out there, or some of your smaller people in the world, would think that this is too thick, and hence the reason why a lot of the 21700 mods, like the one we had in our retro vape, which actually is a little thicker than the Guar 21.
Everyone. According to Neil Pitts, the chipset is waterproof in the Guar. That is all.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Because of the design that they have here, this is a waterproof mod, which is going to make it even better for us to take on our trip. 5 clicks to turn it on. $200 watts of power. Does not round robin. My goodness. Seriously? That's all right. There's no 1/10 of a watt. Goes from 5 watts to 200 watts. What are we going to do? We're just going to take an existing tank that we have. We're going to take and put this Aries on here, the G-Taste Aries. We're taking that off of our Smock Mag P3. We're going to put that on there and see what the top of that looks like. Very nice. Just a hint of an overhang for this one. But I do not see that being a problem for the Arbiter. Let's put the Arbiter on there and see what that looks like. That's what she looks like there. Just a slight overhang. I'll pull that off for a moment. Oh, yeah, that looks gorgeous. Throwing that Arbiter on there, I think that's going to be perfect. Matter of fact, I've got another one here. You know me and the Arbiter. This one needs cleaned out. I should just toss this aside and pull out that one. And we'll throw this one on there. It works pretty good. I really like the look of it. Might have to put a cock ring on this to prevent the glass from breaking if it tips over. It's a nice flat bottom on it. Matt, suck my mod. Manufactured by Vandy Vape. I really like the feel of it. This one ready to go? Or do we need to wake this up? I want to try this thing out. And those coils look pretty good still. Got the wicking. How about we take and put this one on here and see what she tastes like. The Blaze Pro Max. What's that look like on there? How many milliliters of juice am I taking? I think I'm going to take the 120 mils of Cinnamon Danish Swirl Muffin that's already ready to go. You know what? That actually looks really good on there. I don't think the camera does this justice. The shine of this, with the look of that. How about we save the Arbiter for the Chroma 217 and see what that's like? So the problem I have with the Dovepo Odin is just like that. The battery door open all on its own. You set this thing down too hard and it always opens the battery door. I have tried to bend this lip down, but there's no, I don't know if you can see that, there's no actual like place for it to clip on. It's just literally a slot that slides in to here. There was no lip on this. It's just literally a friction fit, and it always drops the batteries in it. Frustrating. So, as much as I love the Odin, I love the hand feel, I love the design of it, I love the fact that, you know, it lasts a long time. This is the Achilles heel for the Dovepo Odin. Some are tighter than others, yes. And I have tried to squeeze this. Matter of fact, I have my pliers here, so I might as well give that another shot. Let me try and squeeze this lip down just a hair. Throw a set of batteries in and see if it made any difference. Like, this takes no effort to open this door. That's disappointing. 26,787 people bought this before me, and they all have the same problem. You can get a replacement door? I'll have to look into that. I'm literally taking and squeezing this to try and get this thing to close down a little bit more, but... Oh, wait a minute. No. Still, same problem. Oh, well. Still a good mod. You just got to be careful with it when you put it down. That's not an issue with the Guar 21. That's the beautiful advantage of the C-frame design. So apparently we got magnets that helps keep this on. And I don't foresee that being an issue. So let's throw some wicking in this Blaze Pro Max. And we'll load it up with that Cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. Those coils are gorgeous. Ready to go. Spin that on real quick. Grab some shoelace cotton. Make sure this is nice and round. Just slide through those 3mm coils.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex put a piece of tape on the bottom where the latch is on the body of the mod to tighten it up. That is all.
That's a good idea. I can do that. That'd be an easy fix. This was the reason why I talked to my wife and I'm like, listen, I really want to place this order for the Guar 21 because I want a C-frame design. Now, I could take the Smock Mag P3. That's never been an issue. But you can tell that it's already starting to buckle. The material underneath there. Underneath this vinyl skin that they put on it. And I'm worried about the salt water getting underneath here. And further corroding this. Plus, I've already lost 3 of these. This is a touchscreen mod. And if anything falls on here, you break the screen. That's where all your controls are. There's no buttons to control everything. It's all touchscreen controlled. Not an issue with this one. All right. There's our beautiful setup. We got some wicking inside there. We'll get a snip. We'll do a little under tickle action like Mike seems to call it. You don't really need to rake out a lot of this stuff. But I like to make sure that, you know, I get easy wicking by making sure that the cotton is 100% parallel and it literally just drops down into there. Did I perhaps trim just a little too much? Not sure, but I can pull this just a 1/2 mil longer through. Tuck that down. And I know for a fact that that's not going to leak. And she'll be gorgeous again. Do the same thing on the other side. Just trim off the excess and we'll drop this side down as well. That one's perfect. That one's actually perfect. We mix this up November 25th. This is our Cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. Beautiful recipe. Smells delicious. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I know I didn't actually dry burn these to make sure that there wasn't even hot spots after cleaning it, but I think she'll be fine. Gorgeous. Fox Bop 98, hello and welcome. There's our cinnamon Danish swirl muffins going into the Blaze Pro Max RTA on the Guar 21. Nice. Airflow wide open. We'll start off at like 65 watts. 0.12. Definitely going to need more than 60 watts, but this will get us started. Mmm. You know, I'm going to leave that right there. It's a little bit on the cool side, but that beautiful cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. On the Guar 21. There's my combination for the cruise, folks. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, I know I can cut the airflow down just a little bit. We'll go 2 slots. It did get a hair throatier, but the flavor saturation is improved on it, and it's a much quieter vape. The airflow is much quieter. Oh, fantastic. Oh, I'm so excited. This is so awesome. I love it. I never loved not smoking. I never imagined being able to love not smoking this much. Innokin, what you got for me, baby? Well, here's a beautiful Chroma 217. And look at the finish on that. With that beautiful blue swirl. And it's got a nice snappy click. I love it. And pull the adapter out, because they included an adapter as well. Wow. This I thought was fantastic. That's the first time I've seen this before. This adapter, it's magnetic. The base of this is magnetic. That's what was keeping that in there. Nobody else does that. The one we just got from Vandy Vape doesn't do that. That's impressive. Innokin, paying attention to details. What's their cord like? They're like the frickin' Apple of the vape industry. Look at that. That's a quality USB Type-C cord. Yeah, it's short, but everybody's is short nowadays. But at least the vinyl that they have on there looks way better than your average cords that you get nowadays. Very nice. Also, user manual on the bottom. And look at the packaging. 100% recycled packaging. There's your adapter. Recycled cardboard. I mean, talk about caring for your customer.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts,
I got a box
how
full of
many
them.
18,650 battery adapters do you have? I have a box full of them. That is all.
Yep. So there we have our marking for negative right there. I wish that was painted white. The inside of there. Let's it is obviously marked on the inside. So if you're outside in the daylight, you could see the positive there. Easier than you can see the negative there. But I love how this latches. There's a snap. Let's pull the screen protector off. That's also the button. And they have it labeled on there. Power on, click 3 times. Plus and minus. She does not want to come off. There you go. Nice. Nice visible screen. It's a little bit on the dim side. $100 with a 21700 battery. Why didn't your news flash work? It's spelled correctly. All right, so this works beautifully. We're going to throw the Arbiter on there. See what she looks like. Is this worthy? The finish isn't as beautiful as the Chroma 217. Could put the Dead Rabbit 4
Attention
on there.
everyone. According to Neil Pitts, doesn't like Kenny www.rrttttww.com. That is all.
See, now that doesn't look right. The stainless steel finish with this brushed aluminum. That doesn't quite look right. I think we're going to have to go with the Arbiter. I love that finish. It's definitely going to look better than the beautiful orange O-ring Arbiter, the original one I first got. You know what this tank actually calls for is a black. I think that a black tank would work the best with it. What's this? Thundercloud Mike Vapes Blaze Solo. Be my guess. Yep. That's what she is. What's she look like on there? Nice solid black. Pair up with that brush stainless. What do you think? You want to see the dead rabbit mouth to lung on there? We'll take it off of that one. We'll put it on there. There's your dead rabbit mouth to lung. All right, so we'll put that back. And I honestly think that we're going to go with this one. I'm going to go with the black, Blaze Solo. And I'm going to take the Arbiter as a spare. Let's throw that on there. Make sure we don't have any hot spots. Throw some wicking in it. .32. All right. We'll cool this sucker off.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, builds the Solo for taste testing. That is all.
Yes. And there's another mock vapes. Blaze. The original one. The older one. That is so tight on the top. I need to put some e-liquid on there since I washed it out. Compared to the airflow on this one. See, what I need is something like the drop. The finish on the gunmetal from the drop. It's not exactly the same, but it's the same similar style finish. Need a tank with that style finish on it. But in lieu of that, black will work just fine. This would be a little more discreet with a single coil. It's just a little too tight on the tension, but that's good enough. Snip. Snip. Brush that out. Just to get rid of the flattened tufts on the end of the cotton. Clean that up just a little tiny bit. And we'll tough that down in there. Very nice. Drops in like butter. Make sure all of it drops down nice and straight. I want to fill this up with the exact same liquid. Because there's nothing wrong with some cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. Pairs up with everything beautifully. From your first cup of espresso in the morning to a beautiful, luscious, tropical beverage we're going to have at the bar poolside. All right, and to encourage this, we're going to paint these wicks to get the e-liquid to fully saturate the cotton going into your juice port. Just like that. We'll drop the cap on. Backtrack just a quarter turn and the threads catch because the machining on this is fabulous. And just fill her up with juice. With me using 60 mils is my average consumption of e-liquid for a week. I feel very confident in taking this single 120 ml bottle up to last the cruise and then the week after we get back. So I feel confident I could start vaping this today and not run out on the cruise. Especially because when you're trying to be a little bit discreet, you don't want to have to take a trip to the smoking section. You have your alternative devices that you can vape and be stealth about it and have a conversation and you don't even see any exhaled vapor. It's that simple. There we go. One thing I do want to do is I would want to pull this airflow ring off and get a drop of this e-liquid. I'm going to lube up the inside of this and run it over top of the O-ring. And then we'll drop this back down. Work it back and forth just a little bit to make sure that it's nice and lubed up. Smooth airflow control. Beautiful single coil for a beautiful single 21700 battery. What are we reading? 0.32.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, are those vapor less disposable 100% PG or do they have a small amount of VG in them? That is all.
This one isn't the Ghost vape. This one is actually the regular vape. This is just a regular standard disposable. But it doesn't take very much for you to take a deep inhale of it. And then just in the normal course of the conversation, you're not going to see the clouds coming out. Now, I do have the stealth vape, the Ghost, which is primarily... Here's the Fruity Pebs one. There's 50% left in there. And then the rest of it's already spent. This is where your flavoring is in your VG. The Nick is in PG. And then the PG and ice is in the bottom tank. This is the one that's primarily PG. I do not think that it's 100% PG based. I do think that they're doing like maybe an 80-20, 20% VG and 80% PG. There's no visible exhaled vapor whatsoever. But it is a very icy vape when it's in ghost mode. You could use that anywhere. Nobody would know that you're even vaping. They would see you vaping, and occasionally they would see the little vapor coming out of the device. But whatever you breathe in and exhale, the Centrix Ghost completely hides that you're vaping. And I don't know if that one's actually going to get here before we leave. But that's okay. I'm ready to go. I'm definitely not going to be smoking on this cruise. And we're definitely going to have a great time. And there you go right there. There's our beautiful setup. I'm loving it. 30 watts isn't quite enough.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, if I took a deep inhale of 5% nicotine I would be flopping like a fish on the floor. That is all.
Gorgeous. I'm going to enjoy that on that balcony, for sure. Both of these. And then when we're walking around, this is going to be the perfect size to throw in my pocket. And I'll be good to go. I really love the clicky feel of this fire button that's integrated into the screen. I love the fact that the buttons are automatically locked from adjustment. You have to hold them down to be able to change that wattage. Innokin paid attention to detail when they designed the Chroma 217. I want to commend Phil and Dimitri for their design input into this device. It is gorgeous. I honestly think this is one of the very few mods I have that's completely flawless. You might say that it's a fingerprint magnet on the glossy screen, but who cares? The hand feel of this is so comfortable. And when you want a nice chunky modern tank, what better combination than the Blaze Pro Max with the Guar 21? I love it. I love it. Yes, I know that the 50 milligram disposables are ones that, you're hesitant about taking a deep inhale of. But the advantage of this one is you take a restricted direct lung of this one and you're done. I would have to take 4 or 5 chuffs of this one with plumes of smoke at 6 milligram to equate what I get when I just take a little toot of this one. And that iced coffee is a very strong flavor. It's very reminiscent of a French roast, a cold brew French roast iced coffee with just a hint of cream to it. Very, very nice. There you go. That's what I need for my cruise. I'm set to go. And just for something different, I'll throw in an L pouch. So that if we go to a show or something, I don't need to stealth vape. I can just throw this in my gob and I'm set. Elp is a nice, moist pouch. The tropical fruit flavor is bright and refreshing. I could keep this in my mouth while I'm drinking a fruity drink, a pina colada or something, and that would blend in quite nicely. That will very, very easily last me the entire week that we're gone. I did hear that. I did read that. Their stock coil sub-ohm tank that they have that comes with this kit does have a self-cleaning cycle where it can run current through your coil at a reduced wattage that helps preheat the coil. And by preheating the coil, it helps the PG and your e-liquid literally dissolve the gunk that builds up on your coil. Plus, they have a dual heating element inside there where they have dual coils, and my understanding of it is that the outer coil has a higher resistance to it, so it doesn't fully heat up. It just basically warms your liquid so that it can rush into easily the center coil, which prevents buildup in the first place. That's not too dissimilar from Oxbar using dual mesh coils inside of here and alternating between the coils that are, it's actually one round coil, but 2 halves of it. And they fire this half and then they alternate to fire this half. So either way, it's going to be a wonderful, fantastic, enjoyable experience. And I'm ready to go on my cruise. Just like that. And there's my bottle of liquid to go with it. And there's my pouch for when I need to be stealth and still get my nicotine and not worry about what the next hour is going to entail. Like they have games on there. We played the last time. It was what the heck was it? This cruise I believe has Family Feud, where you get to go up on stage and you get to, work with other contestants that are also on the boat and go up as representing as a family and play the game of Family Feud. So this is going to be really enjoyable. I can throw one of these in. We can go to our Family Feud event, or you can go to comedy night, or we can go, to 80s night, and we're set. Just like that. Literally fit everything I need to vape for the entire week into one bag. And then naturally, I'm going to, along with that, take an actual bag of spare wicks if I need it. There's 2 in there now. I literally only need a third and a spare. And I can use that with a pair of tweezers. And I'm set for the week. packed, ready to go. The only other thing I need to do is I need to take some batteries with me and a charger. I can plug those into our room, and spare batteries, I'm off and running. Wrong size case. And the one thing I did learn from my previous trips is to make sure I bring a battery case for these devices. So if for some reason you need to pull the batteries out of the mods, you have an empty case that you can throw it into. And God forbid there's a problem with the fire button on this or something like that. You can pull the batteries and keep them safely in a container. I have other battery storage boxes here. But always have a storage tote for you to put your actual mod batteries into, and you're ready to go. That's all you need. You can spend a good week and not have to worry about it. We have a 4 battery charger that fits 21700 batteries sitting on our headboard that we'll pack into our suitcase. And that's all I need for the entire week. And I'm really looking forward to getting on the balcony and being able to sit there and vape. Watch the sunset, watch the sunrise. This is going to be an awesome trip. For sure. Very much looking forward to it. Fantastic. All right, I can close those out. We'll move this out of the way. Cool. All right, man. 3 minutes, 38 seconds in on our restart. It's coming on 5 o'clock. So I guess it's time for us to roll the random recipe bumper and mix some e-liquid up I can enjoy when we get back. Yes. Always have your spare batteries either in the case or in the mod. Do not leave them laying out loosey-goosey where it can actually cause any problems. All right, let's take a look. What's his link Neil just
everyone.
posted?
According to Neil Pitts,
hold on.
I don't know if I shared this recipe http://tjek.nu/r/L0nc.
Red Velvet, yes you did, sir.
That is all.
Yes, you did. Let's take a look at that. Here's that recipe you just posted. I don't have the actual chat up I normally put up. I didn't restart that one. But there's your beautiful red velvet cheesecake recipe that you posted. That really looks amazing. Let me do that. Let me get this restored. Look at my recipe, see if I saved that one already. No, it is not saved here. So let me create a tab for the chat for you guys. I'll go reopen the Word document. Find the link for the chat.
Hi.
Hi. Tell me, what's this taste like? You don't like it?
No, the custard.
Cinnamon Danish swirl muffin.
Where'd you get that?
In the fridge. You want to put it in the fridge downstairs? Gorgeous.
I buy all this stuff and I don't even get to try it.
Here. You can take that downstairs with you? Sweet, because it's going to need washed. All right, let me find a link for the chat. I can pop that up there. We'll make our random recipe and finish off the stream for today. He's still not at home. Control C, Chrome. What is that? My goodness, what just happened?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, here's a recipe I haven't mixed yet. http://tjek.nu/r/l1bf. That is all.
Cool, we'll check that out. Banana butterscotch malted milkshake, is that would be it, huh? Sounds gross. I think I like it. Banana butterscotch malted milkshake. I'm missing 3 ingredients for that. So we'll take and adapt this. We'll hit save and get back to that one. Let's take a look at this recipe. Here's the red velvet. I'm missing ingredients for this one as well. Devonshire cream from Wonder Flavors, chocolate frosting from Wonder Flavors, and strawberry raw from VSO. We'll do the same with that one. Adapt this, hit save. We'll come back to it. So that means that what we need to do is we need to take a look at our flavor stash, hit Sherlock Holmes, what can I make? And see what recipes are available that have ingredients that we already have. Do I want to know how much our upgrade cost?
Do you actually want to know?
Yeah.
Do you want to know the actual price?
No, the increase. What did you have to cough up for us to enjoy?
How much did I have to cough up?
Yeah.
$98.
$78? I was going to say something else is fishy about that because it costs a lot more than $78.
$370.
That's it?
So she said that, and I pulled out the closest credit card in my purse.
So, folks, the upgrade from an interior cabin with no windows or anything to a balcony room was $378.
But I have the most amazing brother ever. They gave me $300. They said for our bird watching from a balcony.
Bird watching from her balcony, her brother says.
And then he loves it.
Her brother coughed up $300 of that, $378. So my wife only had to cough up $78 to upgrade our suite to a balcony. Bargain.
He just paid it, but it's still I ain't worried about it.
Fantastic.
It's
Yeah, that's not bad.
$1,200. And then she said $378, and I said, that's the best you can do.
My wife is such a bargain hunter. It's normally a $1,200 upgrade to go to a balcony from an interior cabin. But the lady quoted her $378 because obviously, they want to upsell any empty cabins they have on the boat. And my wife was like, is that the best you can do? 378.
And it's still on the same level. You were in the front of the ship and we're mid-ship.
Yeah.
Mid-ship. And there's no obstruction.
Oh, and it's one of the no obstruction balconies. Damn, girl.
On the balcony.
Very nice. Hot diggity dog diggity. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome to the stream. Nice to see ya. Sorry I missed ya. Who else we got here? Gaming Vapor, hello and welcome to the stream. All right, what can we make up today? What do we got going on here?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, did you get any more perks with the upgrade? That is all.
No, other than the actual change in the room. When you have a balcony room, first off, it's a little bit bigger than your interior rooms. Not by any measurable standard. It's not like, they give you like a sofa and recliner or whatever. It's not a suite upgrade. It's just a balcony upgrade. So it's a little bit bigger room. And obviously you have a balcony with a sliding door that you can go out on, and it's chairs outside that you can sit on, watch the sunrise or sunset, or just hang out during the day, whatever. And it's just a completely different experience what we had before. I never minded having the interior rooms. That did not bother me one bit, not having an actual window or whatever. Because the only time you're actually in your cabin is when you're sleeping or changing clothes. That's pretty much it. I suppose if you got a day, we never had this before, but if you have a day like when we're going to be traveling down there the first day when it's going to be ultra cold outside, you don't want to be outside the first day you're at sea. But by the time the first day is, we're going to be already down near Florida, so it'll be warm enough to be outside. I suppose if you had a storm move through and it was raining or something, it would be nice to be able to have that. Even if it's a severe storm or something, you can still look out of the sliding glass doors on a balcony room. So, all right. So, what do we got? What do we got here? Tropiche Smooth Vape. What on God's green earth is that? Tropiche Smooth Vape. Somebody already gave it a 5-star review. And here we have 1% TPA dragon fruit, 2% papaya, 1% sweet guava, and 2% sweet mango. What?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, do you go through the Bermuda Triangle on the ship? That is all.
Actually, yes, I think you do. Didn't notice it last time when we went through it. Last time we went from South Carolina, that's where we boarded the ship, is in South Carolina. This time we're boarding in Maryland, simply because they switched ports. Apparently there was something going in South Carolina at the port, and it was going to be cheaper for them to operate out of Maryland, even though it's a longer cruise. But something that they could easily do and was feasible for them. So we'll see what it's like. I've been in Maryland before, but I've never been on the coast of Maryland. You know what I mean? Like, I've taken ambulance trips to Maryland before, and when I was a kid, we had family and stuff that we visited in Maryland that were acquaintances of my father, but never really got a chance to go to around Baltimore and take a look around. So I'm kind of interested. It would be nice and beneficial for us to go down Saturday, because like when we went to South Carolina, we went down and stayed in a hotel the night before our cruise departed. And it was really cool because we took an Uber to go and experience some actual Southern dry rub barbecue. And brisket was fantastic. Melted in your mouth. Delicious. So it would be nice for us to go up Saturday, even if the weather's not bad. And, get to see some place to eat out there that we don't have around here in Pittsburgh. But at this point, with the balcony room for the next 7 days, I don't care if we go Saturday or Sunday morning. You can get up 6 o'clock Sunday morning, drive straight to Baltimore. Still leaves us plenty of time in case the weather causes us to have to drive slower. It's still going to be a fantastic experience. You know, this recipe looks just delicious enough for me to give it a try. We're looking at 6% total flavoring. Suggested steep time 10 days. This is a remake of a Typhoon clone with only 6% flavoring. I've made some, pog juices before. I've made some recipes with papaya before, but I've never made this particular combination of fruit flavors. Like, this is just like interesting enough to be different enough, but tropical enough to really pique my curiosity. So let's adapt this. We'll make ourselves, do I have a 60 ml bottle left? It's something I have to do when we get back. Oh, I sure do. I got plenty left, actually. So we'll make a 60 ml bottle of this. I need to move my mods and tanks and batteries out of the way. Clean off the desk so we can actually do some mixing. Might as well chuff on my beautiful Chroma 217. I don't know if X-Star batteries are any good. I know the X-Star chargers are lovely. I love it. I have the X-Star VC8 here on my desk. It's an 8-bay charger, easily charges 21700 batteries. There's just enough gap in it so that you can easily put the 21700s in and out. I've got some other battery chargers that are different brands that the 21700s fit, but they are so tight you can barely get them in there, and it slowly is deteriorating the battery wrap on the edges when you put them in and out of that particular charger. So I do my 21700 charging strictly on my office charger on the X-Star VC8. But whether their batteries are any good or not, I don't know. The guy you need to look up is Mooch, Battery Mooch. If you've been a vapor for any length of time, that name's very familiar to you, and he literally tests every type of battery that's come out by different manufacturers, even some of the Chinese battery manufacturers that you never heard of before, to verify the authenticity of the claims of how many milliamp hours the batteries are rated for when they're being sold, whether it lives up to the hype, and what the maximum battery draw is on it before it starts to overheat and stuff like that. So you only have X-Star in stock on the battery site that you can see. 18650 Battery Store is where I get my batteries. They're not exclusive to vaping. They actually have warnings on there, like a lot of the Samsung batteries. It says not for vape. But if you're watching the battery that you buy and make sure that it's got an amp rating high enough for your vape, they got beautiful Molly cells. The Samsungs are really good. 18650 Battery Store has a bunch of different brands. They've even had like Ohmworks batteries that have the super wraps on them. Those things have never gone bad. The wraps on those batteries have never gone bad. Ohm Alone is a great brand with strong wraps on them, but they're not the longest lasting. The Molly cells are fantastic. I saw there was a brand new Molly cell out that's like 60 amp discharge rated. So those are pretty good. And yeah, 18650 Battery Stores are cheap. You're looking at like $5 for a battery. You go into a vape shop, you can't get them for cheaper than $10 a battery. All right, let's get our scale out. Throw our 60 ml bottle on there. So we're making 60 mils at 6 milligram. The nick I have is 100 milligram, 100% PG. And I know this one doesn't have any sweetener listed, but I'm going to go with my standard super sweet at 0.5%. Just to follow my traditional standards, and I can always up that if I feel the need for it later. Although probably not. with only 6% flavoring. And VG is inherently sweet by itself. If you haven't DIY'd and tasted your VG and tasted your PG, do a knuckle test on it and enjoy the sweetness of your vegetable glycerin. That is inherently sweet. So I can understand how some people never add any additional sweetener to their e-liquids. You know, especially when you get, you know, contrasting bright fruit flavors like this, you don't really need it. Matter of fact, some people would actually add a little citric acid to it to give it a little bit more of a pop in the bright fruit flavors. But for me, this is what we're going to do. And there's our recipe. Just like that, I just need to grab the ingredients. Sweet guava and mango from Capella. Perfect, job done. I need TPA dragon fruit and papaya. Wow, I got 60 mils of those too. Perfect. So I'll start off with our secret sauce and do that off screen. Don't want to get accused of encouraging nicotine consumption. That's why we call it secret sauce instead of what it really is. 3.73 grams of that. Perfect. Alrighty, so dragon fruit will be first. TPA's dragon fruit, we need 0.61. This can be very floral if it's overdone in a recipe. Wow. Been a while since I single flavor tested that. And then we're going to move on to our papaya. 1.24. This is a fruit that's very uncommon in the United States. But it is a ingredient I originally ordered to put in my Hawaiian punch. Because it is an actual juice inside Hawaiian punch. If you look up the Wikipedia page for Hawaiian punch, it'll tell you what flavors are actually inside a Hawaiian punch. It's good. It's kind of got this like sour note to it. But a beautiful, meaty mouthfeel. Cool. Sweet guava is going to be next on our list. 0.62. It's not a bitter characteristic, but it's got a very dry mouthfeel to it. That sweet guava. And then last but not least, we have our sweet mango. And this is one I've used so many times. That's all that's left out of 60 mils. 1.2 is what we need of this. Another drop or two, and we'll get us right to our required quantity. Fantastic. If I remember, this does have a little bit of sweetness to it. It is a little astringent. It does have just a hint of sweetness to it. I'm guessing ethyl maltol is the sweetener inside there. So that's good. All I need is a little bit of our super sweet. Purellum's my favorite. It's the cheapest and cleanest. Not that there's anything wrong with Capella, but, you know, I'm a conscientious guy when it comes to price and stuff, and if I don't have to pay more for it, I'm not going to. I can buy a bottle of this for, you know, $11, whereas if I buy Capella, I'm looking at $16 or $15 for the same thing. And this one bottle has lasted well over a year. So, ideal quantity for me. I'll be placing another bottle this year for it. Another order of a bottle this year for it. 0.3. Just a couple drops. Almost 10 drops. If you go over, who cares? It's a little sweeter than it would have been otherwise. So there you go, man. There's our flavor combinations all blended together. And hard to believe we don't have hardly any of our bottle full. So we're going to make this as a 70-30 like we do most of our recipes. So let's get this flavoring up to 30%. We need to add 10.8 grams of just straight up PG. There you go, man. 10.8 grams of PG. Blend all the PG ingredients together. Give it a little sniff. That astringent characteristics in those flavoring compounds are coming out. That is going to be a beautiful, delicious liquid. And I see why it's only at 6%. That's a little more pungent than I'm used to in some of the recipes that we've made with twice that flavoring concentration in it. Perfect. All right. Well, here's my Capella. Neil, you were talking about super sweet from Capella. There's nothing wrong with it. The only problem I ever had with this one is it really likes to come out of the bottle. It's hard to control how much you put out of it. Like if I'm making 120 ml bottles, I'd be more apt to grab for the Capella because I can go over quite a bit. I can intend to put half of percentage in here, but because of how quickly that comes out of there, I legit need to, when I use Capella, I need to squeeze the bottle and then turn it over. Otherwise, it comes flowing out really quick. I could have solved it by putting it into my own 60 ml bottle, but just never bothered. Easier to work around it. Cool, so that's done. Rest is all vegetable glycerin. Piece of cake. Oh, and I switched to a new brand. This is a new vegetable glycerin that I haven't used before. It was the cheapest one. Picked it up on Amazon. This was $26.50 when I bought it for a gallon. And it's just as good as the other ones I've used before. I can't tell any difference to it whatsoever. And this turns out to be 53 grams, which should take it up right to the brim on our 60 ml bottle. There you go. Here's our beautiful e-liquid. Job done, just like that. Four liters per gallon. I think it's actually 3.73. 128 fluid ounces. And this doesn't have the metric equivalent on the actual bottle, which is unusual. There you go, man. Yeah, you guys do get it cheaper than us. First off, your monetary value of the pound is higher than the dollar. 22 pounds here in the States would cost you like $26. I can look it up, the actual trade rate right now. But there's our liquid. Give it a quick shake, and we'll throw a label on this one, and this will be ready to vape in 10 days, according to the person who listed the recipe. I'm going to do a little knuckle test now just to give it a try. Ooh. I think that's going to turn into something really beautiful. And I think if they pushed the percentage of any of the ingredients in there, it would be a much throatier, harsher flavor combination. I'm curious to see what she vapes like. I almost really want to, I have like this desire to push pineapple into there. Like Sugarloaf pineapple from Vape Train Australia, I think would blend perfectly with that. It would complement it without smothering any of the other flavor profiles. So, there we go, man. Here's our beautiful recipe that we mixed up today. Tropiche Smooth Vape. And if it vapes as good as it tastes on the knuckle, that's going to be a fantastic recipe. All right, so let's take a look at this. 22 pounds, $2. That actually right now translates to $29.59. Your 20-pound liter of vegetable glycerin. If you were to get it here for free, no shipping cost, it would cost us $29.50. $29.60. 1 pound is currently exchanging for 1 pound is $1.35. $250 mils of Nick lasted you a year. I lost track of it because I bought the last one. Well, we finished up 4 years ago. We finished up with the bottle that we bought from My Freedom Smokes before they closed. And then I had a bottle. It's a 2-liter bottle. I don't even remember who I ordered it from. Was it Delosi? No, Delosi is where I got the Salt Nick from. I think it was Nick River before they quit selling to the public. I bought a 2-liter bottle of 100 milligram in 100% PG. I'm still working my way through it. I decanted into a little bottle like this, which is my original order I placed from My Freedom Smokes, just to try it when I first was DIYing, first getting into it. And once I was most of the way through that, I ordered a liter of it from My Freedom Smokes, and I went through that. I think maybe it was a year and a half. I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe a year. Because in the very beginning, I was making liquid for both myself and my wife. And then she ended up switching to disposables down the road. So literally, the Nick is purely for myself. She doesn't seem to care for the DIY liquids I make. Even the really good ones I found other people have, invented. But then again, she's one of those people that despises custard. Like, you can put custard into like a root beer float and she'll notice that there's got a custard in it. She's just that sensitive to those flavorings. The dappy flavors that are typically present inside of a creamy recipe. Well, we got 2 of them opened. All right. So we're good to go there. Now I just need to bring up my label maker. How many tabs of Chrome do I have open? All right, bring up the P-Touch label software. We'll turn on the printer, and it's literally a matter of copy and paste to make this recipe label. Control C. No, I don't want to upgrade the software. There's nothing wrong with the old version. It worked perfectly fine. Cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. I got to show you guys this recipe. If you have the ingredients, this is definitely one that's worth making. There you go. That's what she tastes like. That's the ingredients you need to make that recipe. Gorgeous. Telling you, it's gorgeous. You can watch the replay and copy it out. I don't want to make it public because this was the one, I think it was a Rocky Toonie recipe originally, and it was public originally when I made it, and then he went and took it private. I'm assuming maybe he sold the recipe, or maybe there's a commercial e-liquid being sold today with this, using this recipe. I don't know. Wasn't mine to begin with, but it's private now, so I'm not going to share it publicly, other than when you catch me live talking about how I just mixed this up back in November 25th, and here I am going to enjoy it on our cruise here in end of January, beginning of February. All right, so there's our Control C, and we're going to open the file for our 30 ml bottle inside the label maker. I'll show you legit what that looks like. It's just like that. Control V. Hit enter. If the character didn't work, but that's okay. Today is January 20th. It's a 70-30 6 milligram solution, and all I got to do is hit print, direct to printer. It's going to print the label. Right behind me. And the Brother P-Touch label is complete, just like that. I love this thing because, you know, you just peel back the film. Get your bottle. Try and establish it flat. And there you go, man. There's our tax-free e-liquid 60 ml bottle. This will last me an entire week by itself. Job done. Set her aside. And when we get back, we got plenty of stuff already going. We got God's cake out of cheesecake. We got factory reset. We got toasted coconut cream pie. We have PTYR, or Journey's End, that we mixed up. These are all ready for us to vape and enjoy when we get back. It's awesome. Now, yes, William Dobson, you are correct. The replacement rolls for this do tend to cost more than like a lot of the simpler label printers. Like I have a Bluetooth thermal laser printer, and you get a roll of 1,000 little stickers that it can, you know, print a thermal label on it. However, these ones are impervious to the e-liquid getting on it. So like, especially for like the Mango Sunrise, this bottle has been refilled probably 10 times already. And this label's on top of an old label. And other than it getting a little grungy on the edge, there's still nothing wrong with it. whereas a blue thermal label will actually degrade as you get any heat exposure to it. When you get e-liquid that's laying on there after a week or so, it'll distort that label, whereas this one doesn't. And it doesn't cost more if you buy the generic Chinese company label cartridges for it. I can get a 6-pack, 8-pack, or 10-pack, depending on how thick the label is, which is equivalent to a single Brother tape, easy tape replacement cartridge for it. So, I mean, the cost is so negligible. It's just, I'm so glad that I went with that Brother label printer because it legit laminates it right there after it prints it. That's the advantage of those cartridge-based label printers. It's literally laminating the thermal label underneath it. Works great. Hot diggity dog diggity. So here we are, 4 hours, 17 minutes into the stream, not including the first part of the stream before the computer crashed. Unfortunately, Kenny was not able to make it at all this week. It's okay. I understand. The mate's got to work. He wasn't getting off work until 8 p.m. in the UK. So, I understand he didn't make it. No worries. He'll be here next time when we get back from our cruise, which I'll have plenty of pictures of for you guys to share with you of the lovely experience we have. Now that we've got a balcony suite, I'm going to set up the beautiful tripod with our cell phone, and maybe we'll do a live segment from the ship, even if it's just a short little thing to say hello. Hope you all are doing well out there, not smoking. Yeah, I used to go through 100 mils of e-liquid a week. There were times, depending on how, like this is a fantastic flavor. I truly love it. There were times I could go through 120 mils in a week. But as time has gone on, I've dropped down to 3 milligram. Like this high drip that I've been vaping, this watermelon peach, that's a 3 milligram. So I've gone through most of this jar. Now, granted, it wasn't full when I started, but I've gone through more than 60 mils of that this past week. I normally vape a 6 milligram, and a 60 mil 6 milligram is enough to last me an entire week. Then again, I also am doing reviews on these ultra high milligram disposables. So when I take a drag of this, I'm dragging on a 50 milligram disposable, whereas I normally vape a 6 milligram direct to lung. So if I was exclusively using a 6 milligram and didn't toke at all on these disposables, maybe I would use, 70 or 80 milliliters instead of 60. But lately, the last month or so, it's just 60 mils is enough for me to last an entire week. And that is a reaction, that's a common reaction for some people. Salt nicks will give you headaches, and your body does metabolize it differently. And something most people don't understand is because of the salt formulation, when you say 50 milligrams of salt, it isn't actually 50 milligrams. It's more like 40, 42 milligram freebase equivalent to a 50 milligram salt. The uptake in your bloodstream is slower for salt than it is for freebase. Freebase is a quicker uptake in your bloodstream. You get a quicker peak. But the salt, it's slow to uptake, and then it tapers off slower too. So it tends to last a little longer in your bloodstream than freebase does. Freebase is easier to metabolize for your body as well. But it doesn't give you any kind of throat sensation. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. I wouldn't want to make an ultra high e-liquid for a mouth to lung device or a pod device using exclusively freebase. Maybe if the nicotine liquid base that I was using was crystal clear, brand new, unoxidized, it would minimize that peppery sensation, minimize that throat hit, but it could still be kind of abrasive for somebody that's not used to it. Like anything, you can get used to anything, but that's not what I would choose. I've gotten old, I've gotten lazy, and I've gotten quite comfortable, puffing on whatever's laying around. regardless of its dose. And I can easily acclimate myself or switch between a single coil or a dual coil. I can't use exclusively a mouth-to-lung tank all week. It's not satisfying enough for me. Could I get through a day or something if I needed to? Sure. And I wouldn't miss it, and I wouldn't crave a cigarette. But I couldn't exclusively vape mouth-to-lung. That's just not me. I need a direct-to-lung experience, and that's why I love my big honking rebuildable mouth-to-lung tanks, or direct-to-lung tanks. I did not expect to exclusively take Mike Vape's tanks with me on my cruise. I really was looking forward to taking that Arbiter with me, and it will be a spare tank that I could switch to in case the glass breaks on these other ones, but, you know, it's what works. And now I know I'm only taking 21700 batteries. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. All I got to do is pack my clothes, and we're heading out Saturday. Maybe Sunday morning. We'll see. And I have this as my, backup, just in case. And for my stealth use. So that wraps up the Mixin and Chillin vlog for today. Just like that. Dylan hanged out with us in the very beginning. It was fantastic for him to step up and kind of fill Kenny's shoes. And, dude did a really good job. He's getting good in the advocacy. We're trying to, mentor him along. He's kind of like the Hunky intern right now. So I really appreciate him helping us out today and being here for the news and the advocacy in the first part. Hope his dad's doing well. Sorry Kenny couldn't join us today, but that happens sometimes. People have life, they have responsibilities and obligations, and well, you got to make the money so you can pay your bills. So that wraps up today. My wishes, peace, love, and a hunky vape to all of you, to end cigarette smoking. Hope you guys have a fantastic week. I'll be gone next week. Maybe I'll throw a little live up, just to show off where I'm at. But really looking forward to this holiday. Anyway, peace, love, and a hunky vape to all of you is my wish. Hope you guys have a fantastic week, and we'll be back in 2 weeks, same time, same place. See ya. If my OBS response doesn't time out, so I have to refresh the deck, and now it'll work. Love you all. Bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my